Well, welcome everybody to our meeting. Thank you for all for coming. Please rise and join me in saluting our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Adam.
Here.
Councilmember McNamee.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones.
Here.
And Mayor Engler.
Here.
And Claudia Villapena is absent.
Very good. We don't have any requests for continuances, so we'll go straight to our special presentation. I'm pleased this evening to welcome to our event tonight Oliver Schlosser. He's the engineering program manager for Las Virginas Municipal Water District. In his role, Oliver oversees the upcoming district's Pure Water project, and which is an innovative, multifaceted program that will convert excess recycled water into drinking water, creating a new local supply of potable water for our region. Oliver is here to briefly outline the project, including the temporary construction impacts to Thousand Oaks and the availability of the project's environmental impact report, which is currently available for public review. Mr. Schlosser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members. And thank you for your time this evening. As mentioned, my name is Oliver Schlosser. I am the engineering program manager for the Las Virginas Municipal Water District. In this role, I'm charged with leading the Pure Water project for the Las Virginas Triunfo JPA. This is a generational project that will have long-lasting environmental and water supply benefits for the region. I could not be prouder to help bring this project to fruition for the JPA. Tonight, I'll briefly present an update of the project and share some key project milestones. Next slide. To begin, I'd like to talk about why we're pursuing a Pure Water program. The Pure Water project accomplishes several goals for us. Firstly, the project will allow us to comply with future, more stringent water quality requirements for discharging to Malibu Creek by removing our discharge to the creek and instead reusing that water. Secondly, the Pure Water project will create a new source of potable water for our customers. As the JPA is fully dependent on imported water sources currently, this new local source of water will be important to address future droughts and the effects of climate change. Lastly, this project allows us to use Title 22 water that otherwise may have been discharged to Malibu Creek and the Pacific Ocean and instead treat it to a higher standard for use in our potable system, thereby bringing our water full circle. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. To give an overview of the project elements, the Pure Water project will utilize California's new guidelines for indirect potable reuse through reservoir augmentation or surface water augmentation. This entails taking the Title 22 recycled water that's typically used for irrigation purposes and produced at our Tapia WRF facility and sending it to a new advanced water purification facility. This will happen during times when there is an excess of supply, typically during the winter months. This advanced facility would run seasonally when water is available and then send that purified product water to Las Virginas Reservoir, which would blend with the imported water we receive from Metropolitan and the State Water Project. Once the water has been in the reservoir for a set amount of detention time, the water is then withdrawn, treated again at our Westlake filtration plant before being served to our customers. We can go to the next slide. In August, our program environmental impact report was released, which discusses the possible alternatives for the project and the potential environmental impacts. We're looking at two possible locations for the new advanced water purification facility. The one you'll see in front of you tonight is a rendering that we've done in the city of Agoura Hills. The EIR also considers a site at our Las Virginas Reservoir in Westlake Village. We're keeping both of these sites as possible options as we go through the environmental review process and receive public comments, after which a final site will be selected. A rendering of the facility at the Agoura Road site is shown here. We are in the pre-design phase now, so this rendering represents about a 10% level of design. As we go into design build, it will be refined further and is subject to change, but this gives a general idea of what we're considering at that site. Next slide. So another big part of the project is the pipelines needed to plumb the new AWPF to the existing recycled water and potable systems. and to dispose of the brine concentrate that is produced during the advanced treatment. So this will entail somewhere between 20 and 22 miles of pipeline overall. This pipeline will be in the cities of Agoura Hills, Westlake Village, and Thousand Oaks, as well as areas of unincorporated Ventura County. As you'll see in the figure, the pipelines for the project include a raw water pipeline that conveys raw recycled water to the plant, a product water pipeline which takes the purified water to the reservoir, a residuals pipeline for waste to go back to sewer, and lastly, the concentrate pipeline. Next slide. So the concentrate pipeline is the largest of the pipelines being proposed. It's roughly 14 miles. We're considering several alternatives in the environmental document. We are trying to find, we've been working closely with city staff and are hoping to select an ultimate alternative that will minimize impacts to residents and businesses and minimize the overall construction time. This slide shows the multiple alternatives that are currently being considered in the document. We expect to carry these options forward to the design build stage and select a final alignment in concert with the design team. This pipeline will convey brine from the treatment process to the Cayugas Salinity Management Pipeline, which ultimately then goes to the ocean. We're also exploring the possibility of using this alignment to support augmentation projects in the region, which would supply the AWPF with additional water and increase the amount of water that we can make with that facility. These augmentation sources could include such projects as the Los Robles wells. We can go to the next slide. So this is our secret review schedule. As I mentioned, we're in the middle of our environmental review process right now. The public document was released in August. We held a public meeting in September, which is also available on our Pure Water specific website. It's www.rpureh2o.com. We are accepting comments from agencies and the public through October 7th, and we intend to certify the final EIR document in December. We can go to the next slide. And then lastly, I just wanted to share our overall construction schedule with you. Our plan at the moment is to start construction in mid-2025 of that concentrate pipeline. Construction of the pipelines as well as the building construction would mostly happen in parallel and would be hoping to wrap construction up by before the end of 2027 and have the facility running by mid-2028. Our compliance deadline for Malibu Creek is 2030, so this gives us a little bit of breathing room, but this is the schedule that we're pursuing at the moment. With that, thank you for your time this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. McNamee.
Thank you, Mayor. Wonderful, wonderful project. You're now bringing water into the 21st century using the technology we have today. Instead of being dependent on snowpack, which is variable, and rainfall, we're now actually being smart about recycling and reusing the water here. I noticed that your desal, your reverse osmosis plant, is 7.5. However, your wastewater plant, if I remember correctly, is what, 10 million gallons? Is that correct?
Rated for 12 million gallons per day.
Now, why are we below where you could actually take 100% of that water from the wastewater and do the reverse osmosis and reuse 100% versus a smaller portion of it?
So at Las Virginas, we've been forward-thinking for many decades, and with that, it means that we've built out quite a extensive purple pipe Title 22 recycled water system. We intend to continue serving those customers, and so we are building a plant that will accommodate the surplus flow that we have. And so the 12 MGD Tapia, during the summer months, all of that water is actually used for irrigation purposes. We even have to supplement with potable water at times. So this would take care of the winter time surplus water where we don't have customers for it currently. And then the facility is sized at 7.5 MGD, which in concert with some of our available outfalls add up to the 12 MGD at Tapia. So together with our available disposal methods, we're able to match that capacity of the Tapia facility.
Are you able to expand at some point? It would be nice if we took the 10 million gallons of treated wastewater here in Thousand Oaks at our Hill Canyon plant that goes out into nature to feed Bambi, Thumper, and Tweety Bird, and bring it back around and pump it to your plant? Are you able to expand to accommodate that sometime in the future?
So the plant, the way it's designed now, it's 7.5 MGD, both because of the seasonality of when we have available water and just based on the fact that we're building a facility to treat the upper bookends, we do have capacity to take on other sources of water. So we are pursuing augmentation strategies such as the Los Robles wells. I believe we're still discussing Hill Canyon. There's MS4 compliant stormwater opportunities and paired groundwater opportunities. So we really want to do our best to make full use of this facility once it's built, and we are pursuing that.
Wonderful, because the solution for the drought and water utilization, as everyone in the water industry like myself, is that it's a regional solution, not a city issue. And so we appreciate the cooperation with Las Virgenes to look at the future of water usage, and you're laying down the groundwork for the rest of Ventura County, and I thank you for allowing us to be part of that.
Thank
Mayor?
you for your support.
Ms. Bill de la Pena.
Thank you. Mayor Engler, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the tour that you offered to council members and others of your facility a while back. These sorts of initiatives do take time, several years. We know we can't rely on Sacramento anymore for water, so we have to really act locally, regionally. I appreciate that. Is your presentation available online, the one you gave just now?
We actually have a presentation online right now, which was we gave a presentation as part of the EIR process, a public meeting that actually goes into more detail than I did this evening. So we have lots of resources on the rpureh2o.com website, including presentations such as this. But yeah, there's lots of information, and then I'm always available if anybody wants to reach out for further information.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a real quick question for me. I know we've been the initial phase of speaking in. It's not just Ventura County. You're LA County, we're Ventura County. We're in the same region, which is great. And I'm glad to see that we are reaching across that political border to be able to look for solutions as well. Can you go a little bit into some of the talks you've had with our city as far as using some of our groundwater that would be supplemental to you?
Absolutely. We've, as I said, we are kind of in the pre-plant or the planning stages still, and we will be going into procurement of the design build teams in January. We have been having those initial conversations about sources such as stormwater, Hill Canyon water, Los Robles wells. We've also, I believe, either last month or the month before, finalized an MOU between Las Virgenes, the city, and several other agencies that will really help to lay the groundwork for future cooperative efforts, such as augmentation projects like that. So again, we're based on the numbers that we're looking at now, I believe we're somewhere around 20% utilization of the facility at 7.5 MGD, so there is lots of opportunity. We also, until we find augmentation sources, the facility would not run during the summertime because there wouldn't be any water to treat. But it would be beneficial to us from an operational standpoint to have that facility running year-round. So any opportunity to find water, especially dry weather sources of water, are ones that we intend to pursue.
Great. I'm looking forward to this partnership that we've got off the ground now. So thank you for your presentation, and thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Very good. Now we go to our public comments. Madam Clerk.
This is the time and place for public comments. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. 12 individuals have requested to speak, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes.
Very good. And first up on Zoom, we have Jeffrey Briggs. Mr. Briggs.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Jeff Briggs. I live in the Sunset Hills Lang Ranch area. I spoke to you a month ago about what I believe is an urgent need for a temporary shelter in Thousand Oaks for the safety and security of the homeless and the housed alike. So I wanted now to thank you and congratulate you and show support for the proposal that is before you tonight to build a temporary shelter on unused city land. It fits well within your homelessness budget. It'll save money elsewhere once it's up and running. It'll provide help to those who both need and want it. It's a myth that it will attract other homeless people from other areas. And it will provide law enforcement with a tool necessary to keeping our streets and sidewalks and other public spaces clean and safe for everyone. I ask you to please not let the details, which have to be worked out, bog you down in implementing the plan. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good enough, and get this facility open as soon as you can. I urge my fellow Thousand Oaks residents to support this plan, and I urge the council to approve it tonight and to move forward with all deliberate speed. I thank you and the city manager for moving forward in this way. In advance, I say to you all, well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Briggs. Next up on Zoom as well is Erin O'Donnell.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. I have a petition out as of 6 days ago. It's 35 signatures, but anyway, it's called Enact Alana's Law. It's regarding my daughter who passed away at only 26. And she had spent 15 years or more in the behavioral health system here in Thousand Oaks. At first, when my son, who's now 30, is going down the slippery slope, when they were about 15 to 17 years old, signs of their mental illness started to show. They had been going then to behavioral health, and they had a psychiatrist, and along with the psychiatrist was automatically a therapist, and it did them a world of good. That came to an end. Don't know why. It's probably financial, not real sure. But since then, we're talking 15 some odd years now, it hasn't gotten back together in that regard. And that's a crime in itself, because the psychiatrist is doling out, bottles and bottles of medication and sending young adults, children, or whatever the case scenario is, back home to their parents or relatives who are not trained therapists. It's insane. It's crazy. It's not good for anybody. It's a slippery slope down. These people who have taken that major step to get the medication in the first place deserve therapy automatically. You cannot ask a mentally ill person if they want therapy. I think there's a new law enacted now by Newsom, not sure exactly, it's a little cloudy, but he's stating that you can now on Gold Coast Insurance, because you can only see a psychiatrist now on Gold Coast Insurance for many, a decade and a half. So that, with that being said, he has enacted it where you can also go out of, where a psychologist accepts Gold Coast to get a psychologist. But that is not going to work. That is easier said than done. Psychologists don't call you back. I'm in the eye of the storm right now, and I've been on the bottom floor and in the eye of the storm for a long time, so I know what I'm talking about. Plus the fact you cannot ask a mentally ill person if they want to see a therapist. It doesn't work like that. They're going to say no. It's just, I've asked a lot of my friends with mentally disabled kids, now adults, and they agree up and down. So that's what I want to see happen for a preventative measure, so that there are not a lot of homeless people, because homeless people are homeless because they're thrown out by their families, because their families cannot and should not be their therapist. So that being said, I want to now transfer over to the homeless problem. I don't know if any of you have Googled Austin, Texas.
Miss
I don't know if
O'Donnell?
I'm up with time, but anyway, they have a great homeless program with tiny homes. Go ahead.
Ma'am, your time is up. If you
Okay.
can. Thank you so much.
Cool. Okay, thank you so much.
Next up on Zoom as well is Dan Tweed, followed by Christy Warner in-house.
Mr. Tweed is not on.
Mr. Tweed did not get on. Very good. Then we'll go straight to Miss Warner, followed by Graham Watts.
Good evening, Mayor Engler, council members, and viewing audience. You all know me, I've been here before. My name is Christy Warner. I'm a proud Kiwanian, a teacher, an advisor to the Westlake High School Key Club and the K-Kids, a service leadership program at Weathersfield Elementary. I'm also a Relay for Life volunteer. And I have a special volunteer here that would like to help me give you some information about some important things that are coming up for our 2022 Canoe Valley Relay for Life.
Hello, my name is Aaliyah Connor, the Biddles Club Vice President. The American Cancer Society for Relay for Life is a life-changing event that gives everyone in our community and those across the world a chance to celebrate the lives of people who have battled cancer, remembered loved ones lost, and fight back against the disease.
Okay, the American Cancer Society is the largest private source of cancer research funding in the United States. The funds raised through Relay for Life, which is on Saturday, will help find better treatments, lead scientists closer to a cure, as well as provide many educational and early detection programs and services to our community.
Please join us for Canoe Valley Relay for Life Carnival for a Cure at 9 a.m. October 1st, 2022 until 9 p.m. at CLU Memorial Stadium. Bring your friends and family to walk and help fund a cure.
So if you come early, my amazing Kiwanis Club will be providing breakfast starting at 8 o'clock for all registered participants. If you go to our website, relayforlife.org/CanoeValleyCA, we'll have opening ceremonies at 9 a.m., and a couple of you will be joining us there.
Survivors will then take the opening lap with the community, cheering them on. Teams of supporters will take the track and walk. There will be fun-themed laps every 2 hours.
Okay. Teams are going to have on-site fundraisers with raffles and silent auction items. We'll have live entertainment by local musicians and food for purchase.
Survivors will be served a special dinner at 6 p.m. by Made in Italy. We'll have our Luminaria. This is where we pay tribute to those lost to cancer, as well as celebrate those that have survived.
You ready? Join us as we celebrate survivors, raise funds, and make new friends. City of Thousand Oaks, we really need you. Thank you. All right, go pass those out.
Thank you, Ms. Warner. Next up is Graham Watts, followed by in-house here, Bob Bergman.
Mayor Engler, Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Graham Watts. I live in Newbury Park. Been here a long time. I have come to you tonight on a very important item I just would like to bring to your attention. What is the top cause of death in California and the United States? You might think it's cancer, guns, or auto accidents, but mental illness is the top of the list, with one suicide occurring every 11 minutes. Think about that. For people 10 to 34 years old, suicide is the leading cause of death. The good news is that the federal government, in a rare demonstration of leadership and bipartisan cooperation, has updated its suicide prevention lifeline from an outdated 10-digit phone number to a 3-digit 988 suicide and crisis lifeline that can now receive calls, texts, and emails. The program is supported by 200 crisis centers nationwide. According to the Mental Health Services Administration, the number of nationwide inquiries has increased by 45%, or 152,000 people calling and asking for help from August 2020 to August 2021. Even more impressive is the response time to each call has now gone from 2.5 minutes to 42 seconds. Suicide and depression are deadly partners as a major disease that places people in a hole in their mind, a very dark, deep hole in their mind that makes them desperate by creating a feeling of helplessness and no hope. Unless you have suffered through depression, you just don't know how dark and deeply depression can be. It's a deadly disease. I have suffered and recovered from depression myself, so I know the making of basic decisions every day, how difficult it can be and how challenging just to function. Unfortunately, the updated 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline was too late for my sister Samantha, who in April, after years of depression, COVID challenges, healthcare issues, and marital challenges, took her life as it was, in her mind, her best and only option. Not a day goes by that I don't think of her and what I could have done to stop her. The reality is that she needed more than a brother's love and support. She needed professional help, and she couldn't get it. I also recently lost a good friend of mine and professional colleague who also did the same thing. He took his life. He struggled, and he couldn't take it anymore, and he needed help. In closing, I ask everyone to please consider two tasks. Reach out to the person closest to you that needs help, that is silent, that needs a helping hand. Any step forward would be helpful. The other is I ask City Council and City Manager to take a leadership role and advocate for the promotion of the 988 three-digit symbol and logo on city newsletters, on the city website, and wherever visible you can be to the residents,
thank you, Mr.
and
Watts.
ask the communities of other cities in Ventura County to do the same.
Thank you, sir.
988lifeline.org. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Next up, we have Bob Bergman, followed by George Rosenthal.
Thank you. I would like to, like the City Council and the mobile home park owners, to consider my perspective on behalf of the tenants before the rent control decision is made. I've lived in the Ventura Estates for 7 years. My decision to buy a mobile home was made because I could no longer afford the cost of living in a small 2-bedroom apartment in Newbury Park, where every year the rent was increased by at least $100 a month. Had I stayed in the apartment, my rent would have increased from $1,934 to $2,034 a month, and would continue to be raised at least by that amount every year thereafter. The only other option for me at the time would be to live in the street or in a homeless shelter. That is what is facing many tenants in senior mobile home parks. I'm 80 years old and I'm still working 3 days a week. When I was 50 years old, the thought that I would still need to work when I turned 80 was the furthest thing from my mind. In addition to the monthly rent, I have a mortgage payment to pay each month, as I did not have enough money to pay for the mobile home in full. Many of other mobile home owners in senior mobile home communities are in the same situation. To break down my personal financial situation, if the 8.5% increase is approved, I will be paying $778 monthly rent starting this November. My Social Security payment next year will be about $1,775 monthly. My fixed monthly payments, in addition to the monthly rent, are utilities, my mortgage payment, my Medicare supplement payment, my phone bill, and internet and cable TV. Adding these fixed payments up, including the new monthly rent, it totals $1,980, about $205 a month above what my Social Security payment will be. This excuse me. This doesn't include the cost of gas, food, prescription drugs, and other miscellaneous monthly expenses. That is why I must continue to work and will probably need to continue to work until I am either physically unable to work or I die. Comparing the financial plight of the mobile home park owners to the mobile homeowners in the park is similar to comparing the income of a corporate executive to a minimum wage earning hourly employee. My opinion is that the decision to put a 5% cap on the rent increase should be a no-brainer. I rest my case.
Thank you, sir. And just as a reminder, please try to hold your claps for the end, perhaps. Next up, we have George Rosenthal, followed by Lynn Young.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm George Rosenthal from Ventura Estates. The Thousand Oaks Council and staff produced an ordinance 525.01 on the chart to regulate mobile home rents. Part of the Thousand Oaks ordinance reads, therefore, it is necessary and reasonable to continue to regulate rents to safeguard mobile home owners, residents, and tenants from excessive rent increases. That's your ordinance that you wrote. We need the Thousand Oaks City Council to understand and take seriously the gravity of consequences facing seniors in the Thousand Oaks Park. Some seniors can only last a few months with the 8.5% increase. Seniors cannot handle another huge increase next year. If the CPI is 8 or 10% next year, the total of 16 to 18% equals 6 to 9 years of increases based upon 10 years of CPI. At 3%, seniors are trying to pay for medicine and food now and can't do it. In previous council meetings, the staff went to great lengths to disassociate themselves from the city ordinance. They argued that the RSO was negotiated agreement between the park owners and the homeowners in 2011, long ago. Who owns the ordinance? The city adopted the ordinance with the park owners, put it in place, not considering the future ramifications to seniors. They then continued the RSO in 2021 without any changes. The city ignored the homeowners' request in June of 21 to cap the CPI. Therefore, the city must take accountability and own it. Do not blame seniors or make excuses for park owners that won't agree with a cap. The ordinance was put in place 12 years ago when very few of the current residents were even in the park. Only a handful of current residents know anything about an ordinance or what it means. The current residents do not know there is no cap. Only the 100% CPI of a 20-year average of 2 to 3%. We were all told when we bought our homes, don't worry, the CPI never goes beyond 3%. Thousand Oaks is only one of 10 cities in California to not have a cap. Malibu has a 5% cap. Our governing body, the Thousand Oaks Council, must act and make changes to the RSO, especially when the RSO fails to protect our most treasured resources, seniors. We need action, not lip service. The amount of money being spent on a lawsuit, as we were told might happen, is nothing compared to forcing out hundreds of seniors onto the streets. A 5% cap is 70% more profit to the park owners than the 3% CPI they've been getting for 20 years. Seniors are asking for a cap, 5% land on the current formula, and the RSO needs to be fixed now to protect seniors' future income needs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Kapaka Senko, followed by George Senko.
Oh, is it Lin Young?
I'm sorry, Lin Young.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
hi.
Sorry, Lin.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Lin Young, not Lin Yam, like a potato, like a state and acorn. Anyways, just to follow up this gentleman's silent desperation, suicidal rant, suicidal thoughts of people, all these seniors, young people. Okay, I think by putting the cap, whether it's 5% or 500%, putting a cap on the ordinance is not going to make these landowners suicidal, because it hurts their just reasonable rate of return, but it will prevent a lot of silent desperation because they don't know where to get that extra money. 1 year is this way, next year it's different. Okay, so I look at the city's website. From your website, it says your fiscal year, citywide goals for fiscal year 2021 to 2023. B, it says the city will provide municipal government leadership, so you all are our leaders, which is open and responsive to residents, and is characterized by ethical behavior, stability, promoting public trust, transparency, confidence in the future. Now, by putting the cap, I think you can achieve this goal by not putting any cap on this regulation. How do you regulate or enforce any rules or laws without any threshold? It could be 5%, it could be 50%, put a cap there. Just like, okay, another thing I want to talk about tonight is that in the court opinion, in the Superior Court of California dated 2013, Rampersad versus City of Thousand Oaks, the court said that mediation in 2011 was not a mediation because the mediator was the city mayor, Mr. Fox. Mr. Fox has most interest in this ordinance. That's the condition for the landowners not to ask for the reasonable rate of return. So therefore, this is not a mediation. That was not a valid mediation. So please do not use the term that 10 years ago when the city removed that 75% CPI and the 7% cap, it's a result of the confidential mediation agreement. That's not true. That may be agreement between the landowners and residents. There may be agreement, but the ordinance is a law. It can be only challenged or changed by not you, but City 5 Council. The court said, this is from the court, only the city could do that, acting through its council. Mayor Fox, as a voting member of the city council, had more control over the resolution of the dispute than did any of the owners or the resident delegates. It also says, anyways, the bottom line is that the city removed, so it's not true that city was not a part of the negotiation. I didn't read all of them, but in that July 4th meeting, when the agreement was signed, I believe that was only from the landowners' attorneys and the city, because in this, also your website, you said in 2011, the city reached an agreement with the park owners. Not the park owners and residents reached it. So please just consider, put a cap on that, because you did it, removed it 20 years ago. That's why today's chaos is like this.
Thank you,
That
Ms.
needs
Young.
to be changed. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask her a question?
Sure.
Yes. Would you explain what you are talking about? Why do you say that this agreement, I guess Councilman Fox was involved in, why did you say there was something illegal or something wrong?
Well, because last two meetings, the city attorney, Ms. Nannan, said this agreement, without the cap, 10 years ago, the residents and the landlords reached through the confidential mediation, reached an agreement. The court said that's not a mediation. That might be agreement, might be a contract between the landowners and the tenants. Now, the landowners, I'm not blaming them. They fulfilled their 10 years their side of bargain. Now it's their time to do whatever they needed to do. I'm talking about the city, the council members. You guys have the authority. You guys are there for us. If you don't vote, you might as well just remove this code. And also by not putting...
Is your point that because Councilman Fox was part of the negotiations, he could then not vote on it as a council member?
No, he can vote, but he could not be the mediator. Therefore, that meeting, that agreement was not the result of a valid mediation. Mediator should be neutral party, mutual person. But the court said Mr. Fox was not a mutual person. He's a very interested person, and he himself cast his vote in order to change the... it's a little bit complicated here. It's agreement versus the code.
Well,
the code
we have very good city attorneys, and I would imagine that...
I agree with you. I agree with you.
I don't...
Hold on.
I just wondered if I could ask our city attorney if she'd like to comment.
Let's work, we'll hold that question, Ed, and then when we get into our discussions later on, we can bring that back up. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Lin. Next up, we have Kapaha Senko, followed by George Senko. Go ahead, please, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and legal staff, my name is Kapeka Senko. I'm a Thunderbird Oaks resident. I'm talking about rent stabilization ordinance history and recommendations. Some 5 landowners have a virtual monopoly over the destiny of 1,000 mobile home owners in Thousand Oaks. So the city, in its wisdom, created the Rent Stabilization Ordinance, RSO, to ensure a balance of rights. First off, protection from excessive rent increases for MHOs. The RSO assigns responsibility for selection of the CPI to the city's finance director. Thousand Oaks and Ventura County do not have their own separate CPIs from the U.S. Department of Labor and Statistics. Over a year ago, Councilman McNee pointed out use of the LA region CPI is unfair. He said CLU was analyzing a true indicator. Did the finance director look at that? Or did she just rubber stamp the LA CPI without due consideration of what's a fair index? In 2011, the city tossed out our 75% CPI and 7% cap in the 10-year rent control deal that favored landlords. That deal lapsed over a year ago. Update of the CPI cap regulation is long overdue. At least one half of California cities use caps. Can the finance director justify an 8.5% LA CPI? We don't think so. Ask the finance director to put away her rubber stamp. We need a fair solution. Secondly, just and reasonable returns for LOs. The city violated the RSO purpose.
Ma'am, just a reminder to everybody, please be, you're making comments about one of the staff. We try just to address it to us. So please address your comments to the council rather than just the staff as well. I understand where you're coming from, but thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
The city violated the RSO's purpose of balancing the rights of MHOs and LOs in 2010. Terrified of being sued by LOs, ignoring expert analysis advising the contrary, the council ended up in a sham negotiation. It granted the Thunderbird Oaks LO an excessively generous but unjust and unreasonable return. The MHOs had no regulation recourse. How do you know, City Council, just how excessive those returns were and continue to be? You don't, unless you regularly monitor the LO's income versus operating expenses. The city set a precedent when the RAC used the maintenance of net operating income calculation to evaluate that Thunderbird Oaks LO's rent increase request. Use it again as part of the RSO process. Measure and make corrective adjustments to the MHO's rents at least every 10 years, only this time and every time. Hold the LOs to your calculated number. Just do it.
Ma'am, go ahead. I took some of your time, so go ahead for another 20 seconds or so.
Today's RSO reeks of LO favoritism. Overcome that stench. Right the wrongs. Proactively balance MHO's rights. It's time to enforce the RSO to fulfill its purpose of protecting seniors. Just do it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Senko, George Senko, followed by Martin Erickson.
Dear Mr. Mayor, City Council, city staff, legal staff, and guests. My name is George Senko. As a resident of Thunderbird Oaks, I shall briefly address the RSO's history. I sent you a longer letter that expressed it in length. In the 60s and 70s, the city created an oligarchic situation when it zoned certain parcels as trailer park development, TPD. Yes, it enabled 5 LO entries to now control the living destinies of over 1,000 MHOs. It then saw how LOs were taking advantage of MHOs with exorbitant rent increases and enacted the RSO. Despite best intentions, and maybe because of years of council and administrative tinkering, the RSO has become a tangled Gordian knot due to half measures, faulty math, litigation, absence of experts, excessive rents and returns, fake mediation, enforcement failures, side deals, planning failures, landowner greed, high inflation, political posturing, whitewashing, and fear-mongering. Simply put, it's a mess. The RSO is supposed to protect the senior and lower-income residents while giving the LOs a just and reasonable return. However, the attitude, because that's the way we've always done it, will no longer work here. We all have to be better than that, especially the top 10 city managers who collectively make over $2 million a year in salary and benefits. They are paid big bucks to develop big solutions, not to cower in the face of a potential lawsuit or difficult problems. Such solutions might include 1, an immediate 5% rent cap, an easy temporary solution. 2, a more appropriate index requires analysis. 3, subsidies to the MHOs to offset rent increases requires more analysis. 4, 5, and 6, other ideas staff should generate. The MHOs maintain that the current increase of 8.5% that the city authorizes is both unjust and violates the intent of the RSO. It allows the LOs to make excessive returns while not protecting the MHOs from excessive rent increases. The RSO is not a static document. It requires measurement and adjustment as conditions in the city change. It is part of TO's overall housing strategy. As such, it needs to be given continual, proper attention. Let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Martin Erickson, followed by Bruce Udoff.
Good evening, Mayor Engler, members of the City Council. My name is Martin Erickson. I'm the Executive Director for the Ventura County Transportation Commission, and I'm here tonight to share some good news with you about a program that the Commission just embarked on at the beginning of this month called Youth Ride Free. And this is a countywide program that will allow K through 12 youth throughout the county to ride on any of our transit systems, from Gold Coast to Thousand Oaks Transit to VCTC Intercity. And it is a really bright spot in what's otherwise been a challenging 2 years in the public transit world. As many of you know, public transit itself is in a bit of an existential crisis since the pandemic started, with ridership drops. But we are seeing ridership come back. I've had the privilege of being executive director for the commission for the last 8 months. Before that, I was the public transit director for 6 years. And when I started, year after I started, we embarked on a program called the College Ride, which allowed all college students in Ventura County at Cal Lutheran, CSUCI, the community colleges, to ride public transit for free. And it was probably our most successful program across the county. This Youth Ride Free program is funded through the same state source of funding. It's from the state cap and trade program, and I want to acknowledge my staff for working very diligently, along with all the staff from City of Thousand Oaks and all the transit operators in the county, to submit and receive this grant, which has been, again, we're already starting to see some real signs of success. I do want to acknowledge Councilmember Bill Della Pena, who serves on my commission and represents Thousand Oaks and has been on there for several years. Her leadership, as well as our other commissioners, allowed this program to come about. And again, I'm excited to share this news. I was going to leave some flyers here behind, but thank you all for your service and for supporting this program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bruce Udelf.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for having us here this evening. My name is Bruce Udelf. I live in Ventura Park Estates. There are 2 parks side by side with 1 common owner, so we consider ourselves one in many respects. I'd like to thank the council members. I spoke last month, and many of you were quite empathetic, and I know you made some efforts to approach park owners. I spent my entire career before retirement, or virtually my entire career, for 40 years working with seniors. Nonprofit agencies, we provided housing and other services to seniors. There was a safety net. If you ran out of money, we took care of you. So it was a little bit different than what we're dealing with here tonight. I was bothered a little bit by some of the things that were stated last month and some of the conclusions. I'm not going to go into the CPI and the history of all the efforts made before this, but what I do want to talk about is we who live in the park, most of us own our homes. I surveyed 25 different people just out of curiosity out of 330. 21 of them own their homes outright, free and clear. 4 of them are making payments. So we have equity. Most of us have significant equity ranging from perhaps $75,000 up to as high as $300,000. So a real estate friend of mine who specializes in seniors and mobile home parks, along with me, we reached out to lenders. So here's the deal. Many of us who own properties, homes that we have bought since 1980, can get reverse mortgage loans, giving us guaranteed income either every month or every year for quite a number of years. The other people who own older homes can get more conventional mortgage, home equity loans and so on and so forth. So the idea that people are going to pell-mell be thrown out in the hundreds, as Mr. Jones stated last month, or maybe 100, that's unlikely to happen. We have equity and we can get money. We do pay rent on our property. That's used for property taxes, upkeep of the property, utilities, salaries and wages, and so on and so forth. Obviously, I'm very concerned about the rate increase. I was shocked when it was 8.5. I didn't expect that. Personally, that's going to cost me about $700 a year. My Social Security will go up about $3,000. So I'm in a very different position than a lot of people. Some others, they have issues. But again, once you have equity, maybe you can go out and get something. We have a safety net in this city. It's real good with Habitat, with food banks, with SAFE, et cetera, et cetera. People can get some help, and I want to talk to you later about that. And I want to talk briefly about what Jim said last month, because I think this is the real heart of the matter. I worked with seniors a long time. I saw a lot of trauma, a lot of upset. Even though we had a safety net where I worked, every year people went in for blood pressure checks. They were put on medication because they were so upset. I'm concerned at what's happening here. People are upset. I'm seeing the stages that Jim Washington talked about last month. Upset, anger. They need medications, and we'll leave it at that, and thank you. And by the way, they can die from all of this. That's how upset people can get.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up is Jeff Schwartz and Michael Dabasi.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you. I'm Jeff Schwartz from Thousand Oaks. It's been a long 2.5 years since March 2020, and now most of the country has decided to go back to normal. COVID declarations of emergency have ended in most states, including New York, Florida, North Carolina, Iowa, and dozens of others. President Biden announced that the pandemic is over. Most countries have ended their emergency declarations. Several California counties have ended their COVID emergency declarations. California city councils are doing the same. Recently, Fresno City Council and Fountain Valley City Council in California both ended their declarations of COVID emergency. Most politicians and bureaucrats are no longer calling the situation an emergency. They're calling it a pandemic, but not an emergency anymore. Thousand Oaks City Council declared a local state of emergency on March 17, 2020, by unanimous vote. Your overall declaration of emergency has never been rescinded. Your order can only be rescinded by another declaration by the City Council. Notably, this declaration, to my knowledge, has never been periodically reviewed by the Council. To continue with an ongoing, never-ending emergency arguably defies logic. An emergency is not something that lasts forever. To say that we're continually in an emergency does not seem right. A case could be made that this City Council has not been doing its duty because it appears to have a dual duty under the authority of law. As required by California Health and Safety Code 101080, the council is required to formally review its declared state of emergency every 14 days to determine whether or not the local health emergency needs to be continued. Even San Diego City Council knows this. They formally review their states of emergency on a regular and frequent basis, but for some reason, TO Council has not been reviewing theirs. Furthermore, Code 101080 says you have a legal duty to terminate the local health emergency at the earliest possible date the conditions warrant. It's time to put this on the agenda and put this up for public comments and a vote. It's time to return to normal. It's time to rescind the COVID declaration of emergency. I'm Jeff Schwartz. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Michael DeBisi.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. This will probably go on record as the shortest comment from a person in the community. I live at Thunderbird Oaks, and I wanted to make some brief comments because I have a unique perspective. I've only lived there for 3 months, so I kind of see things differently from other people. I was very impressed by the research and comments by other people who live in Ventura Estates and et cetera. My comment is, I've noticed that in the community that I live, there are people who have a couple who live in a unit, and they seem in general to be living a lifestyle, in my opinion, that seems more relaxed. They travel more. In general, they'll have nicer cars. And then there's people who live by themselves. And just in general, those people who live by themselves seem to be under more stress and struggling more. And, you know, that is a generalization, but I'm just saying it's my observation. And so my sympathy goes out to those people. And I'm sure you will take that into consideration when you come up with a plan to deal with a logical way to approach the rent issue. And then as far as the CPI is concerned, you know, I've heard people mentioning the CPI. You know, I'll hear on the news, they'll say, 8.25% or whatever. I mean, to me, it's way higher than that. It's much, much higher than that. So anyway, those are my brief comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. That's our last public comment this evening. Usually we turn it over to our city manager for any comments or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, we're going to be talking about mobile home park issues on a subsequent item coming up here. So I'll leave that discussion for there. In regards to Relay for Life, the 988 promotion, and the VCTC mention, we are going to be working to actively promote all of those various pieces, and our communications director will certainly be working in depth on placement of 988 under mental health resources. We'll find the right place for that within our website framework. In regards to the COVID order, our emergency declaration is tied to the state's emergency declaration pursuant to state law. And so once the state rescinds our emergency, ours will automatically be rescinded as well. One important note on that, and I know the council is aware of this, and I certainly know a lot of our business community is aware of this, one of really the only piece that is still active and visible out in the community is the flexibility that order has given businesses. So that order provides businesses the opportunity to expand into parking lot spaces and do things that would not typically be allowed under normal circumstances. And so we've been very careful to not have that impact. They're probably one of our small business community, our restaurants in particular, are the ones most impacted by COVID. And so providing them that opportunity to have a little bit more real estate. We've worked very closely with the chamber to ensure that that doesn't go away quickly, and that order is what provides that flexibility.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we do have our consent calendar. Do any of my members have a item to pull?
I'd like to know a little bit more about item D, as in dog.
D. David, Ms. Bedovenia?
I was going to move the remainder of the calendar.
Okay. So D. David is pulled. Motion to approve the balance.
And regarding COVID, I wanted to just add that people are still dying from COVID every day.
Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bill de la Pena?
Yes.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Aye.
And Mayor Engler?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Very good. On item D, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, I wonder if the city manager perhaps could tell me. I'm looking at the map. I think it was the third of the four illustrations. And I don't want to belabor this, but I wonder if you could tell me a little bit about the history. For instance, when this original matter was worked out with the ones who will be the owners now, part of this property, this whole area was owned by the city. Is that correct, including where the Lakes Mall is?
Correct, and you have Mr. Heher, Mr. Parker, others up there, so I'll let them speak to that item in detail as they've been working on it.
That is correct, sir. The land is owned by the city. It is in a long-term lease with the Caruso.
So all the time the Lakes Shopping Center has been there, they've been on land that was owned by the city. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And now the intention is that we, because of the measure that was passed earlier, I'm looking at this map, and it looks like a strange configuration showing this dark area. And I'm wondering why, it's correct that this dark area is being purchased by the developer?
So as part of the decision made by this council, the lease, the plan is for Caruso to purchase the back portion of the property through the lease terms that are permitted under the lease terms. And as part of that process, there needs to be a new tract map or a parcel map that's going to be recorded on the property once it is purchased to establish the boundaries and the parcel for their ownership. That is part of the lease terms that were negotiated years ago, of course, that we went through. And this is...
Could you speak just a little bit louder,
Sure,
please?
sure. So this was part of the lease agreement. And as you took action last year on this matter, the action was to include the possible purchase through various conditions being met. And as part of that, tonight, what's in front of you on 7D is simply authorizing the city engineer and the city clerk to approve and sign the parcel map once it is deemed complete. The fourth action that we're asking for you tonight for the recommendation is simply to vacate, to authorize the vacation or removal of a public utility easement that it goes across that land that's never been used by the city and it has no value. And so to clear the title, that is a simple action that you would take to clear the title of that easement.
I was going to ask you about the easement. Where does this easement run as I look at this map?
It runs generally northeast to southwest. It's never been used by the city. It was there from decades and decades ago.
And we believe there will be no need for
That is
or
absolutely
ownership of that easement in the future. Is that right?
absolutely correct. Yeah, it's never been used. It's not part of the city hall. It's just been an easement. There's nothing there other than this easement process. I mean, there's. an
Well, it
easement
was
to
for utilities originally, wasn't it?
Correct. Decades ago. That is correct.
But now those utilities have a different migration or
That is
different
correct.
route.
Absolutely correct.
And just one thing, this configuration, this shape looks so strange.
That is because these are air parcels that are being
These
approved.
are what?
Air parcels.
Errors parcels?
Air, like the air we breathe.
Air parcels. Well, do we still retain the lower east section, this V-shaped section, and the strange shape section on Teal Boulevard?
So as part of the approved plan, once the purchase goes through, the city will maintain the front portion where the ponds are and Teal Boulevard runs. That remains the city. The street that goes from Teal Boulevard into the back of the parking lot that is currently there remains with the city. And then the back portion, basically from the back of the buildings, or excuse me, from the buildings back towards the very back of the property.
That's the route to the stage then?
So there's a back street, and part of that back street remains the city's, of course, and then there's an easement that you approved that will allow them to also have access to that road for the building, the apartment complex that they plan on building.
Yeah, well, I understand this is pursuant to an earlier action, but it just seemed like a strange looking map, and I wondered why the configuration. Thank you.
One other thing I'll just add, because I see what you're looking at. That front area, that's the park that the city owns and the city will continue to own.
Thank you. I'll move the item D.
Very good. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bill de la Peña.
I will approve the item, but would like to state for the record for the city clerk that I was vehemently opposed to the original deal on November 30th of last year, and I voted no. But this is a consent calendar item, so I will go along.
Councilmember Adam.
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones.
Aye.
And Mayor Engler.
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Very good. Our next item up is the item 10A, the Mobile Home Rent Stabilization Ordinance, a continuation from our last meeting. Madam Clerk, do you have any words to speak at this? No. Very good. Well, we have Patrick Heher, Assistant City Attorney, Kelvin Parker for presentation and questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. This is a continued presentation from September 13th. And as you will recall, the city directed, as directed by the council, city staff reached out to the mobile home park owners or their management companies and asked if they would be willing to voluntarily reduce the permitted increase that currently stands at 8.5% to something less than that percentage. Staff did reach out to all the owners or their management companies and communicated with each one of them. The majority response was no. One owner expressed a willingness to lower it in exchange for an ability to recover the loss through a modified formula.
I'm sorry to interject here, but Mr. Heher, I could not understand a word you said in that last sentence.
Okay. Let me
Would you
repeat it
mind
then?
repeating that?
Absolutely.
I don't know if you're...
I apologize.
If you can reload the slide and restate it one more time, Mr. Heher.
Yep, I have it here. So the majority response was no. One owner did express a willingness to lower it in exchange for an ability to recover the loss through a modified formula.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions? Ms. Bilda de Pena.
Thank you. The question I have is that, well, one landowner said that they would be interested if others participated, and if any perceived loss would be recoverable. Yes?
Correct.
Okay, is that something that is that a step that the city council could take to give direction as to pursue that discussion?
Well, the direction for us, staff, this last time was to ask that specific question, so that was what was asked. I'm just expressing to you, I don't want to get into the paraphrasing of every owner's comments or management company's comments, other than the fact that the majority answer was they're not interested in answering the question, was no. Although I did want to express that one owner said, I'd be willing to consider changing it if there is some way to modify it so I can get the return through a different formula.
Yeah, that sounds like something to me that could actually be approached. So over an extended period of time. So my question is, tonight, is it possible for council to give direction to approach a discussion regarding changing the ordinance or capping the CPI?
So if you remember from the last meeting, we had a number of options that were presented and the concerns that were voiced about that presentation, about the risks that would be involved with such actions. And so the council certainly has options, right? And all those options have different risks that you would have to weigh and give staff direction as to whether or not you wanted to take those risks and take those options. And those options included receive the report, of course, to ask, again, which is what the direction was to ask for staff to go back to the owners pursuant to a 5-0 vote to ask them to reconsider their previous response, which we did. Other options would be, we talked about the possibility of opening up the ordinance, which would, again, have the risk that would be there. And we talked, of course, about mediation and the past history of the mediation. And the history of the mediation in the past was that all the owners and all the tenant representatives were present at that mediation except for one park mobile coach owner group did not participate. And as you know from that result, that one group did file suit based on the decision. I also want to remind council that the decision for the ordinance was truly based on that mediation between the parties.
Yes, I'm very well aware. Thank you. I'm just wondering whether there is some wiggle room. I think one of the park owners, the way I view it, did leave the door open, and maybe we can bring others in. That was my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bilda de Pena. Other questions?
Well, yes, Mr. Mayor, are we just intending to receive and file this matter and take no further action? Is that the intent of this item on the agenda?
So again, this is a continued item. As presented in the original staff report, we've provided you with background information, and you can either receive and file the report, or you can give us additional direction as you deem appropriate. This is a policy decision of the City Council.
Well, I feel that this is a matter of some people here of maybe not life and death, but a matter of survival in these mobile home parks, or not having, a place to live. And I'd like to explore the idea of further dealing with these owners. I don't know if a couple of elected officials talking to them would do more than the staff. We have very competent staff and very excellent legal advice here. But I'm just wondering if maybe a 2-member committee from the city council to try further. I think this is a really terribly serious matter for some people that are barely hanging on with Social Security, which is not going up as much as the cost of living is going up. And as I said when we talked about this before, I'm not meaning to be overly dramatic, but I'd much rather have people in mobile home parks than on the street. And not only from a humane standpoint, but also we would then, we're having a ribbon cutting, aren't we, for a homeless shelter? And that shows the commitment of this city for homeless people. But we don't want to increase that population, certainly. No. I would like to suggest, Mr. Mayor, that we have I know we can't have more than 2 council members meet on anything, that we have maybe 2 members, maybe you, Mr. Mayor, and I, to meet with these homeowners.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second? I apologize. Our Zoom is down, so we need to take a brief recess to ensure that members of the public who are watching from home can view the meeting.
Frontier has been having issues off and on today, so we'll just take a brief while we try to reset the routers.
I'm sorry, folks. Yeah, I noticed that the screen just went blank up here for some reason. Okay, everybody, we're going to get back to it. We're going to get back to our meeting now. We have some of the issue handled, and I'm going to turn it over to the city manager to explain to everybody how we're going to proceed from here with our current configuration.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We, as many neighbors up and down Teal Boulevard know, there's been some internet stability issues throughout the day today, and they persist as another outage tonight via Frontier. So we do have various fail-safes in place, though, and so we are going to be shifting those speakers that are on a subsequent item on the homeless sheltering item, that we're going to shift them to telephonic participation, and so we'll be reaching out to each of them directly with instructions associated with that. We're also going to put an update on social media. For those that are at home, the YouTube feed being down, we are still up on our TOTV mainframe, which is on channel 10, and all of the video will be available tomorrow and archived as it always is. So thanks so much.
Very good. I believe when we left off, when things crashed, I believe that Mr. Jones was speaking. So if Mr. Jones can continue on from there.
Well, I'm a little unclear as to what all the council members felt was going to come out of this particular item, but I'm not content with this original reaction of the mobile park owners. And I'm suggesting that, and this just was something that occurred to me right now, that perhaps the mayor and I could be a committee, if he thinks it's something he'd like to participate in, committee of two to try to meet and report back to some. As I understand it, we have until November 1st to try to work something out if we can. And I'd like to suggest that perhaps two elected people might have some success in negotiating, because I think this is a very vital matter for many people. It may be the difference between staying in a home or, being on the street. I hate to think of that. But I think, Mr. Mayor, it's worth one more try. That's my point. That's what I'm suggesting.
Just one point of order, though. Again, the direction, the agenda indicates you can give staff direction, so you can, if there is a desire of council to appoint a committee of two to meet with the park owners, the direction would be to bring that item back at the next city council meeting or a future one.
In other words, we couldn't act on it tonight.
No, it's not on the agenda to establish an ad hoc committee.
Okay, well, I'd like to ask the staff to put that on the agenda. When is our next meeting?
2 weeks.
So this is the 26th? That would be the 9th then?
The next meeting will be the 11th of October.
The 11th. Yeah, I'd like to suggest that we bring this back on the 11th with the idea of forming a two-member council committee to have a meeting with the owners to try once more to work something out. See if they'll listen to reason and understand that they have a captive audience and that this raise may wipe out a lot of people. It may take away the roof over the heads of a lot of our wonderful citizens. I think it's worth one more try, Mr. Mayor, and I would hope the council would concur with me. I just feel we should not acquiesce at this time. I think we ought to give it one more chance to get them to listen to reason. And that's why I'm suggesting we have that on the 11th.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, I think, I don't know to what purpose it would form. We could, of course, we could ask again. We asked a month ago, was told in no unequivocal terms no. With the council's backing, we were told no again. As I mentioned last time, making these asks is not without risk in and of itself. So we've asked, I know that many of our folks here personally asked their park owners, and they were told, had the same answer. And I know, speaking to some of them, the answers were not made in a very genteel way. From what I understand from some of our staff, the answers were very strong no's. So I'm not sure if asking again will have any substantive change in the answer, and it will have some risk going forward to make those asks. If the owners have already said, from my understanding, you've already asked us that question. Why are you asking us again?
Well, my point is that they haven't been asked by a committee of 2 elected officials before. And I think that might carry some weight. I think this is a dire situation. I'm not ready to take no for an answer. And so I'd like us to pursue this last thing before November 1st. November 1st may be a do or die situation for some people. I think it's worth one more try, and I would hope the council would agree with me. Do you need a motion?
Not on this one. I think if you wanted to bring that, you could bring it.
I'm just asking, maybe the city attorney.
We would need a motion.
Well,
to that
I
effect.
move
This one?
that we continue this item until October 11th and have have it on the agenda. It's an action item, and my goal would be to name a committee of 2 members of the council to have one last try at working out a reasonable arrangement. I think that would be beneficial to all concerned. I think it would even be beneficial to the owners to have a good rapport with their people. I mean,
I would agree with you, but the answers have been solid no's, and that's my hesitation, is that I'm not sure we'll not just spend 2 more weeks of asking with the same result.
Well, we haven't tried it yet, Mr. Mayor. We haven't tried to have 2 elected people sit down with the owners. And I think for the peace of mind and maybe the ultimate destiny of a lot of people that we don't want to have out on the street, I think it's worth one more try. And I would move that we continue this to the 11th with the idea of debating and forming a 2-person committee from this council to sit down one last time with the owners to see if they would listen to reason and prevent some people perhaps from having to lose their dwelling places. So I think it's worth one more try. That's my motion.
Okay, we do have a discussion here. Mr. Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of the discussion points that I'm hearing tonight concern me, and one is a theme that I've been hearing throughout these meetings, that this CPI increase is going to cause a rash of homelessness. One of the speakers mentioned that, I think, quote unquote, hundreds of people will be forced to the streets. Ed, you've said over and over again that people are going to lose their homes because of this. What I would like to know, if you're making those kind of assertions, do you have any evidence of that? Have you done a study? Have you researched this? Do you have a number for us of how many people out of the 1,000 renters that we have are going to be cast out onto the streets?
I'm just taking the word of people who have testified here.
Well, that's their word. You're the one making the assertion, and I want to hear it from you.
Well,
do you have
I
any?
do not, no. I don't have any. I have not done a study. I have not hired anybody, an appraiser, or to do an evaluation. No. I'm trusting the good people of our community that are telling us the truth.
Well, they're not elected. You are.
I know, that's
you're
what
making those assertions, and it seems to me those are very serious assertions that you're making, and I'm very concerned about it.
Do you know who elected me? The people of Thousand
I
Oaks
understand
elected
that.
me. These are part of the people of Thousand Oaks.
I understand
I'm
that.
trying to be responsive to the people of Thousand. You're beginning to.
So are we all.
I don't like you're questioning my desire to serve the people of Thousand Oaks.
We're all trying to help these people, okay?
Well, you're not helping them by just letting this go through without one more chance.
Can we get back to the point? So in other words, you don't really know for sure if people are going to be homeless and lose their homes. This is just speculation on your part. Because
no more than if I presume these people might be considered, this might be considered expert testimony because they've lived there. You know, in a court of law, you rely on expert testimony.
Ed, hold on one second. Hold on, guys. Right now, we have to discuss, and we don't take questions from the audience. I'm sorry, sir.
The reason I ask it is that concerns me. I don't want to see people lose their homes, and when you make these kind of assertions, it gets my attention, obviously. And the gentleman out in the audience said hundreds of people are going to lose their homes. Yeah, I talked to a couple of mobile home park managers, not owners, managers. I talked to one who's been managing parks for 30 years. He manages a park here in the city, as a matter of fact. His company manages 48 parks. He said over the 30 years, he's never, quote, never seen anyone evicted as a senior, as a World War II veteran, as a Social Security recipient. Their policy is no displacement. They don't want to evict people. That's the last thing they want to do. I talked to another owner, who's not an owner, a manager. I didn't talk to owners. He manages 79 parks, told me the same thing. Now, they have done evictions for people with, they mentioned substance abuse problems and things like that. But, and the reason they don't do that is because, number one, they don't want to evict their residents. But number two, they have rental assistance programs that these folks can apply for. And they offer them privately. And there's one where you can get a partial rent reduction with no payback. That was one. There's another where you can defer the rent until the unit is sold. There's another one where you can space the increase over future years. So you got to be careful with this rhetoric that all these people are going to become homeless. Again, I think that's the last thing the parks want.
Well,
colleagues, if I could redirect.
I'd like to just respond.
If I could redirect.
I didn't say all the people are going to lose.
We do have a motion on the floor, and I wanted to keep our discussions to the motion.
Well, and I understand that. And I have.
No, we're debating the motion. This is in order, what we're doing.
Well, now we're discussing it, I suppose.
Yes, I've said this is in order, what we're doing.
Yeah. And the other thing I don't quite understand either is we asked the owners once through staff. We asked the owners twice with the auspices of the city council. 6 of the owners said flat out no. And I can tell you this, a couple of them were offended by the insinuation that they would be forcing people out onto the street, for what that's worth. 6 of them said no. 1 dropped it to 6 voluntarily, and 1 said, well, yeah, I'll be happy to work with you on that, but I want to make it up on the back end so I don't lose any money. So you suggested that we have some sort of a talk. How does that add up to rent relief? If 6 said no twice, 1 dropped it to 6 voluntarily, and 1 said, yeah, I could work with you on that, but I'm not going to take a loss. You'll have to make it up in another way. Explain to me how that adds up to rent relief for these folks. I'm speaking to you.
But we do have another colleague
Or
who'd like to
all right, I'm
speak.
speaking to anybody that wants to address it, but
Well, hold on. We have Mayor, Mr. McNamee.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Jones, I'm very empathetic to the person deciding if they're going to pay rent or they're going to put food on the table. We have a very, very generous community here that provides support services for those people in that situation. And there's many food banks out there and so forth. Mayor, perhaps you as an expert in this area, could you comment on some of the food supports that we have so at least people will not have to necessarily choose between eating versus paying rent? What support services do we have? And then the other is, for our city manager, what other support either the county or city has for rent subsidies or helping people through? One person actually made the excellent suggestion of reverse mortgages, which I thought was brilliant. If you've got equity in the property, could you please share some of the support services we have?
Well, I'll speak to the one. I was the president of MANA, the Canoe Bank of Canoe Valley's food bank. They have no income needs. If you say you need food, you go there and you get food. If you can't get there, they will have it delivered to you. So there are services out there that can help. There are, now I'll let the city manager speak to it a little bit more, but they're countywide. There is 211. 211 has a multitude of services that are available for people who are in need. So there are services available. Like I say, I was personally involved with MANA, and our mission was to keep people in their homes.
Thank you, Councilmember McNamee. Actually, our team in preparing for tonight's meeting is sort of going to prepare up an email that's going to go out to all the park managers that we've been interacting with that sort of identifies out all these resources which are available on our city website and otherwise, but recognizing that everybody's circumstances are unique and that no one-size-fits-all approach is there. We have a utility assistance program that we run through the city here. All of these have different income restrictions and other components to them. The county has a lot of services and otherwise, and obviously MANA and some of our other services. But we'll certainly provide those so that folks don't have to remember those tonight, and we'll have those sent to the parks for distribution.
So we do have some safety net type programs to support those in need. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Pena.
Thank you. I think the distinction here tonight is that the question was asked of the property owners whether they are willing to lower the rent, and they said no. And then with the new information tonight, there was one park owner that said he would be willing, or they would be willing to look at the overall RSO if something could be worked out. So there is a difference. One was asking to lower the rent, but tonight, Mr. Jones's motion seems to me it is to actually look at the ordinance and see if the CPI could be capped and how to do that so that property owners feel like they are not losing anything. So there are two different, very different questions. And yes, we do have rent relief available. We've got all kinds of social services. I know Ventura County Human Services Agency even has on their website that you can go to rental relief if you're about to become homeless. It's rather dire. Not sure how many of you are facing homelessness. I'm sure not all of you do. Every mobile homeowner is in a very different situation. I personally don't really want to find out how many and who is about to become homeless. And so I don't think anyone made the statement that hundreds will become homeless. I don't know that. But the situation is dire enough that for people to be here tonight, for them, it is dire. And what can we lose by not doing anything tonight? It's could be very, very serious. I know Maria right here in front, cancer survivor, doesn't know how to make ends meet, and there are others. So there are ones that called us. I know everybody received phone calls. Some of you were near tears. Some of you were just angry. Mr. Jones's motion is to ask the property owners if they want to sit down, have two council members approach them and see what can be done. I don't think that is a bad idea at all. And as long as I'm still sitting here for the next few weeks, just a few more weeks, I'd like to do whatever I can. And if in the end we can't do anything, at least we tried. And so I would very much like to support Mr. Jones's motion.
Very good. Mr. Jones had a comment, and Mr. Adam.
Well, if we're ready to vote, I'd like to just have one more comment before we vote.
Well, then you want Mr. Adam to go first, and then you want to try to have a...
I don't care in which order. Who wants to speak?
And just for the record, I need clarification again, so go ahead and speak, and then I'll need some clarification.
My motion is simply we continue this matter for a public hearing in our next meeting, which I have been told is October 11th. And my idea is that we would consider at that meeting appointing a committee, since 2 is the most that can meet together, of 2 members. I've suggested the mayor and myself to meet with these park owners, to have one last chance to see if they would have a more reasonable rent increase. And I just feel it's worth one more try, because I believe from what the testimony, and Councilman Adam very correctly asked me what I know, from a standpoint of admissible evidence, and I'm assuming these park residents would be considered expert testimony. Court does, accept, as you know, Madam Attorney, expert testimony in cases, and they're right close to it. I think they perhaps would know about a neighbor that's just hanging on by the skin of his teeth. And so I accept what they're saying. That nobody's ever said all of them were going to be out, but they indicated some would. And so I think it's worth one more try. And that's my motion, that we continue it till the 11th with the idea of forming a 2-member committee to meet once last time to try to get a better arrangement with the park owners.
Mr. Adam.
Just for informational purposes, one of the speakers did say, in fact, that, I wrote it down, hundreds of residents would be forced to the streets. And I just consider that to be dangerous rhetoric, frankly. I don't really believe hundreds of residents are going to be forced to the streets. I really don't. I'd like to think no residents will be forced to the streets. I suppose it's possible. But going on the track record of the parks that I talked to, no one has ever been evicted for inability to pay. Maybe they were telling me the truth, but I think by talking to them they were. And I think when you just mentioned the park owner that said that they'd be willing to speak, you left part of it out. They said, we'd be willing to talk about it, but we're not going to lose any money doing it. I didn't hear the end part. The end part was the owner, and Mr. Heard will confirm that, was that, we might be willing to adjust it, but we're going to have to recoup our costs one way or another, so it's a zero-sum game. We're right back where we started from. So this motion is basically saying we're going to go back to the owners for a 3rd time and ask them again if they will, in fact, lower the rate. And as you probably know, we've already gotten correspondence from one attorney indicating that there's a potential for looking at some consequences to that. I don't know exactly when it arrived, but I know it did. And my fear is, we keep pushing, and the next thing we're going to see is a slew of just and reasonable rent adjustments that we haven't seen in 10 years. Do you think that's possible?
Go ahead, Ms. Biddle-Pena, and I've got a couple of comments.
Thank you. No, what I mentioned is that the sitting down to rework the ordinance, but to make sure, I did say that we have to make sure that the owner's needs are met and that they're not losing money. That's what I did say in my comment.
All right.
And so I don't know about any rent relief other than through the Ventura County Human Services Agency, whether there is anything in writing that says they will give you a break over how many years to pay less or to apply for rent relief. I mean, I haven't heard it. I don't know, and I also haven't seen a letter from the attorney. So I don't know if that is true.
Well,
I mean, that's why it would be good to sit down and have an ad hoc committee to rework the ordinance, and then to also see that those policies that they may have in place, these landowners or park owners, that those are available to everyone. Because right now, I don't know if anyone, I mean, I haven't heard a single mobile home owner mention that, so.
Well, if I may, it is true that these park owners offer rental assistance programs. I've seen the applications. It is true, because they don't want to evict people, and they offer it in privately. And again, I got it in writing if you want to see it.
I mean, would the residents be here tonight if that were the case? I wonder.
That's kind of confusing, to tell you the truth, because they offer partial rent reduction with no payback. They offer deferral of rent until the sale of the unit.
Did staff find this out in discussion?
I found it out. I talked to some of the managers of the parks.
Okay, but staff was talking to owners, and owners could have.
I didn't talk to owners.
Be going through the chair.
They offer spacing the increase over future years.
No, but they shouldn't.
So there are,
discussing
suffice it to
between
say, there are
themselves.
rental assistance programs that the owners privately offer. Am I right? I'm not right. Well, then all right. I shouldn't ask a rhetorical question to the audience. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Anyway.
Let me make a couple of comments. If you have something, Ms. Biddle-Pena, go ahead.
No, but there is a vote. I mean, not a vote. I'm sorry, a motion.
Typically, I let everybody put their comments in, then I try to have my own comments. But at our last meeting, we decided to, with the weight of the city council, to send staff back to the owners, saying that, asking a very narrow question: will you reduce the rent below the 8.5? Right. I'm sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. I can't take comments from the audience right now. But what we asked them to do was go and talk to the owners and try to reduce the amount of the rent, see what the willingness would be to reduce the amount of the increase. They came back and pretty much said no. Most of them said no. One said maybe, and the other one said, I've already reduced it. There was a reason we were very narrow. Last time I did ask a question that, can we have a zipper clause? Can we only zipper open the rate increase and not zipper open the entire agreement that was arrived at 10, 12 years ago? Answer was no. If we go there and start asking a lot of different questions and looking for different solutions, we're opening up the entire ordinance. My anticipation is that the owners will have a laundry list of things that they would like to put into any new agreement. I'm not sure that that's a proper way for us to go forward. Because right now we do have a modicum of rent control. 8.5 is the rate that this year, in an unusual year, as many of you pointed out, in the last 10 years, it's been averaging, I think I did a little bit of math on it, 2.4, 2.3% over the last 10 years. This year has been an aberration in that. Is it worth us going there and maybe finding that the owners want to have more of the same? Right now, we have some protection. We open it up, we may lose it all. So with that, in my opinion, on the motion put by my colleague, we're asking the same question again. My anticipation is we will get the same answer again. We've asked it twice already, and in no uncertain terms we were told the same answer.
Just one point of clarification, Mr. Mayor. I'm not asking to open up the whole agreement. I'm just asking if they would listen to reason if two council members met with them and for the coming year have a more reasonable percentage, say 5% or less. I'd like to call for the question.
I need some clarification, though, because I'm confused, so maybe I missed something. It appears to me that Mayor Pro Tem Jones, your motion is to, again, direct staff to bring back, to, continue the item, have staff bring back an agenda item for requesting whether you want to form an ad hoc committee to meet with the park owners and ask one last chance if they would reduce the rent this year.
For this coming year.
For this coming year. But my understanding from Ms. Bill De La Pena, Councilmember Bill De La Pena, is that she thinks that you are talking about mediating the rent stabilization ordinance, and that's not the case. No, I'm not. Okay. Because we did actually ask the park owners whether they would be willing to mediate.
Well, it seems to me we can have a broad enough agenda item to include whatever we want to include that night.
We did exactly what you directed us to do.
I'm saying that's what I want to do in 2 weeks.
Right. So just for the record, we actually did ask the mobile home park owners whether they would be willing to mediate changes to the rent
I don't want you to be in the
ordinance.
debate, Madam Attorney.
No, I'm providing facts.
My motion doesn't have anything to do with that.
So you don't want, it's not for mediation. I just want to make sure
it's to.
Councilmember Bill De La Pena understands that.
I didn't know I was going to be debating 5 other people.
Mr. Jones, Ms. Bill De La Pena did mention that in a little wider
I'm simply
terms that you
asking
were
for a
saying.
continuation with the idea of perhaps if we agree to form a 2-member council committee to meet one last time with the owners to see for this coming year if they would lower it down to a reasonable rate, say 5% or less. That's my motion. I'd like to have a vote.
One final, well,
Please. And I appreciate your motion. I just want to make one final comment, if I may.
No, I'd like to have a vote.
well, let's call the vote.
Well, is he calling the question?
We've had called the question by the maker of the.
Question.
He's called the question.
We can vote on the question.
Yeah, no, you've called the question.
No,
so
but we can vote on that.
That's what I'm saying. You've
And
called
if
the
we
question.
vote on the question and that fails, then we go on with the debate.
I'm saying, I'm agreeing. You've called the question. I'm calling for a
Calling the
vote.
question means we are going to not or yes continue the debate.
The question has been called.
All right.
Therefore, we need to take a vote on the motion as it sits on the floor and as redefined by our attorney.
Well, I don't know if she redefined it the way I made it, but
I thought you guys agreed.
For the record, I just want to make sure I'm correct here. The motion is to continue the matter to the next hearing on October 11th to consider forming an ad hoc committee to meet with the park owners one last time to ask if they will reduce the rent this year.
for the coming year.
That's the motion on the table.
No,
Calling the
motion on
question is
table
different
is
than
to have
calling
a
the vote.
on that motion.
Yeah, the motion on the table, he called the question. So
That's
for
different than
everyone's
calling for the vote, is
information,
it?
Education, he's asking whether you want to vote on voting on the motion, or do you want to continue debating?
Calling the question.
That's right.
That's clear as mud.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bill LaPena?
It is not the motion I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be looking
This
at
is
the
a
entire
motion.
CPA.
This is a motion.
Now I understand what it
To
is.
bring up the motion on the main motion.
Do you want to keep debating on it? If you want to keep talking about it, then your vote is no. You don't want to
That's right.
stop debating.
That's right.
You don't want to vote on the motion. That's what's before you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Would you
I
like
do
to
need
keep
more
talking?
debate, so then, I need to say no because it doesn't,
If you want to keep
forming an
speaking
ad
about it,
hoc committee, if that is the direction.
if
Okay.
you want to keep speaking, then
I
we'll-
thought we were going to go broader, so I am going to vote, wait a minute, what is it? You said if we vote no, then you
If
will
you
make
vote
another
no- what you're-
motion?
Yes is saying you no longer want to debate the motion on the floor and just vote on the motion. A no vote is you are not ready to vote on the motion that Councilmember Jones made, and you want to, that's what the motion is. It's a
Okay,
motion
then
on
I
a
vote
motion.
no, then I vote no.
Councilmember Adam?
No.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Yes, or aye. I always say aye.
And Mayor Engler?
No, let's continue the discussion.
Okay, and that motion fails 2-3.
If I may make maybe this will be a final comment, but if we want to keep talking about it.
Mr. Adam.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. How do I put this? I don't want any of you to think we're being hard-hearted here, okay? Please, if I may.
No comments, please.
During the last mediation between the rental, the RSO, right? When Ranch was suing the city, Claudia and I went to Ranch multiple times, did we not? We met with Kathy Goodspeed, we met with Jim Wolf, we watched them organize SAFE, which is a wonderful organization, and I think Claudia will join in with me in this. We did everything we could to help the Ranch residents, and we put aside the litigation because we both have an affinity for seniors and their struggles. Is that accurate?
What happened is that, yeah, it is to some extent. I started a GoFundMe page for mobile home park
All right, well, that's
residents
even
to
better.
collect money because they were in dire straits.
Okay.
So my GoFundMe page led to the creation of seniors for empowerment. Senior Alliance for Empowerment, SAFE.
That's right, SAFE, which is
So
a
that's
great
what happened.
organization.
Mhm.
And we've responded to that by sending hundreds of thousands of dollars to Ranch and other homes through the Community Development Block Grants. We've even worked to get smaller things like water heaters and roofs re-roofed, have we not? Anyway, I'm just trying to make the point that there's definitely empathy here, all right? I got a 91-year-old mother, all right? My father passed away a couple of years ago. She's left with meager savings, and she lives on Social Security. Anybody hear me out there? Okay? I understand what it's like. Claudia has an elderly mother that she's having to help and support, correct?
I absolutely love having my 82-year-old mother living with me and taking care of her.
Right. Point being that she as well understands.
She doesn't have a situation like the residents here because she lives with family, so it's different.
If
A little
we
bit
can,
different,
if we can not have a sidebar, then just keep our comments. to the-
Claudia and
to
I have
the-
worked
to the group.
together on this over the years, and I just want people to understand that, you know? And finally, and this is just a side note for what it's worth, when Mayor Fox was brought up numerous times when he did the mediation, at the time, his parents lived in Thunderbird. They lived in Thunderbird, so he definitely had an affinity for the situation that you were all in at the time. Anyway, take it for what it's worth. There's no one here that is not empathetic to your situation, believe me. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Bill de la Peña?
Thank you. So the motion that I thought you had made, Mr. Jones, was that we would actually open up a discussion with the park owners regarding the actual ordinance to discuss the CPI.
No, that's...
You wouldn't be willing to do that?
No, I just wanted to have them lower the rate for the coming year. I don't know how many times I have to say that. I don't want to open up the whole agreement. I just want to say...
because that is what I thought you had said, and I misunderstood, and I was all in favor of that.
No, I just wish that... I thought the two members of the council, they've never talked to two elected, people before, could have them listen to reason, and for the coming year, lower it to at least 5%. That's that we would meet with them. I was suggesting the mayor and myself would do that. That's my motion.
Okay.
It's to continue it for 2 weeks so we can have an action item. I'd like to vote on it tonight, but I'm told that we have to have it on the agenda. So I'm moving it for 2 weeks from tonight.
I do have a question for the city attorney, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So now that it's been clarified that Mr. Jones is not interested in opening up the whole ordinance regarding the CPI, which would have been my preference, and his motion just failed. Can we reinstate it?
No, his motion didn't fail. The motion that failed was whether you wanted to continue debating or
Okay,
not.
very good.
The motion, his motion is still on the floor.
Okay, very
right
good.
now.
So then
It's
we
a
will.
motion as is limited by.
Thank you for the
Pro Tem
clarification.
Jones.
Okay.
May we vote?
There's a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, any other comments here, colleagues? Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bill de la Peña?
Yes.
Councilmember Adam?
No.
Councilmember McNamee?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Aye.
And Mayor Engler?
No.
And that motion fails 2 to 3, with Councilmember Adam, Councilmember McNamee, and Mayor Engler voting no.
Very good. Ms. Bill de la Peña, did you want to bring your motion forward that you...
I can certainly do that. I'll move.
You had mentioned you had another motion.
Well, no, then I will move to have the ad hoc committee put on the next agenda to start a discussion on the RSO and the CPI.
For clarification, are you saying that create an ad hoc committee to work with staff to make changes?
Oh, no, with the property owners, obviously.
We did reach out to the property owners about whether they'd be willing to discuss changes to the rent stabilization ordinance.
Okay.
And they said no. There was just the one, I believe. Mr. Heher has some information, if that's helpful.
Certainly, Mayor. We did ask a second question, and I want to be clear, as Councilmember Jones, that when we spoke with all the owners and the management, we were very clear that we had a presentation the previous council meeting. We were clear that based on a 5-0 vote, we were asked to come back and ask them again that specific question, and we did that specific question to them, and then we received those answers that I mentioned before. We did go through a second question just in anticipation of what the possible next steps would be, and that was whether or not they would be interested in mediation with a private mediator. And the answers were 4 owners were not interested in doing a mediation at this time. 1 ownership represented that they were interested, and 2 owners stated that they would possibly consider it if the entire ordinance, the rent stabilization ordinance, was open for negotiation. So that includes things such as the base year, includes CPI, includes the percentage of the index, it includes the annual rate, it includes several other things, including whether or not there would be a cap and including whether or not there would be a minimum to any rent increase over each year. So those were expressed just for mediation, and the answers were 4 not interested at this time, 1 ownership was interested, 2 owners stated possibly if you opened up the entire ordinance.
Thank you. And Ms. Noonan, in order to proceed with this, you said we need all of the park owners to be present?
Sorry. If you're making changes to the rent stabilization ordinance, and we've talked about levels of risk, obviously the least riskiest is if everyone comes to the table and everyone agrees. As evidenced by the last time we made changes to the rent stabilization ordinance after mediation, all the park owners agreed, all of the resident organizations except for 1 did not agree, and we were engaged in litigation with the threat of completely setting aside the rent stabilization ordinance. So if you don't have 100% participation, then the risks significantly increase that there could be challenges to the ordinance, including elimination of rent control. So it's up to the council. It's a matter of your risk preference. I think at the last meeting you indicated you wanted 100%, but it's ultimately up to the city council because there's significant risks involved in that.
Do the other park owners know that there were others interested in looking at the whole ordinance?
I did not communicate any answers from any of these two with other owners. It was always just staff met with each one separately, received a response to those 2 questions separately. We did not go into any other questions or anything of that nature. It was just more of getting those answers.
Then this information could possibly be shared well, no, actually it can't. No. I don't know whether that would sway others. Thank you. You know, I thank you for the opportunity for this, but I don't think that there is any desire on the council to do that, it appears.
You want to withdraw?
Right now?
Hold on 1 second.
Are we debating whether to open up the whole?
No, Ms. Billy was talking about having a motion. I'm just trying to clarify.
A motion to...
You're going to withdraw the motion? Or
I'm going to withdraw the motion because the motion was, and Mr. Jones already said he wouldn't be supporting it, to speak to the property owners, the park owners, and share information with them that there are other park owners that are willing to consider looking at the rent stabilization ordinance.
You're talking about the whole ordinance?
Yes, the whole ordinance.
No, I'm not interested in bringing that up at this
Okay,
time.
so then that would be failing as well, that motion, so I'll withdraw it.
Okay, anything else? And we do need a motion to receive and file.
I'd like to make a motion to receive the file for 10A, please.
Ms. McIntyre. Oh, that's it.
Councilmember Villapena?
Yes.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Aye.
And Mayor Engler?
Yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
And I apologize for misnaming you. Very good. Okay, we're going to go on now to our next order of business. We do have let's pause for a break. I think we have our internet coming back up, so I want to make sure we have it stabilized. So let's get about a 5-minute break. Very good. Okay, everybody, looks like our IT has worked some miracles, so we can go on to our next item now. Our next item is our ad hoc homeless committee update. We're going to turn things over to our Assistant City Manager, Ingrid Hardy, for the presentation. We also have Jamie Boscarino, Hader Adari for questions. And we also have our vulnerable population officers here if there's any questions for those gentlemen. Ms. Hardy.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Engler and members of the City Council. Tonight I am presenting an update on behalf of the Ad Hoc Homelessness Committee. Before we get into the substance of tonight's item, I always like to start with a reminder of the elements of an effective homelessness crisis response system. Ultimately, the goal of this system is to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. The system helps identify and quickly connect people who are experiencing or at risk of experiencing homelessness to housing assistance and other services. Through the Ventura County's Continuum of Care strategic efforts and collaboration with local jurisdictions, our regional homelessness crisis response system continues to make demonstrable progress. Nearly all of the elements needs of this crisis response system are being met today. For Thousand Oaks, the one exception is an emergency shelter or housing navigation centers. Since the onset of COVID-19, the rotating winter warming shelter has ceased operations, and the city has been informed that this service is unlikely to return due to age, health, and safety concerns of the volunteers. The county has continued to provide motel rooms or to fund motel rooms to the most vulnerable and unhoused through Project Roomkey, but the funding of this program will be coming to an end in early 2023. In addition, Project Roomkey, while it provides much needed non-congregate shelter, the criteria for this program is based on vulnerability and the age of the clients, which must be 65 or older. We also have local services providers such as Harbor House and Lutheran Social Services who provide motel vouchers, but resources are very limited. Finally, city and county staff have been in discussions to explore a regional interim housing facility, but there is no proposed project at the moment. As such, it leaves a gaping hole in our crisis response system. Over the past 4 years, the City Council has focused its annual priorities on addressing homelessness and affordable housing. Last year, Council's priority included two key actions to identify and advance solutions for emergency sheltering and permanent supportive housing to address homelessness. The two key actions by the City Council was one, we entered into an agreement with Shangri-La Industries and Step Up on Second to pursue the Quality Inn and Suites as future permanent supportive housing. And then secondly, we engaged with Mini Mansions and its partners to identify, acquire, and convert an additional property into permanent supportive housing with emergency shelter beds. As the council is aware, the state awarded $26.7 million to the city, Shangri-La Industries, and Step Up on Second to convert the Quality Inn and Suites into permanent supportive housing. While Mini Mansions and its partners made a solid and diligent effort this past year to identify property, due to the cost and limited available real estate options, impacts of high inflation, and unique location preferences, they were unable to identify, acquire, and convert a site. As such, recognizing the urgency and the need for interim housing, the ad hoc committee asked staff to focus their efforts on a new project by finding a location for interim housing only. An interdisciplinary team of city staff examined options based on a wide range of factors, including capital costs, amount of time to prepare and convert a site, and the location. As a reminder, I do want to clarify for the City Council and members of the public the difference between interim housing and permanent supportive housing. On the interim housing, it's just that, it's temporary. Oftentimes the term shelter is used, which is okay. However, as services and service models have evolved, it's more appropriate to refer to tonight's item as the most commonly used industry term of a navigation center. And I want to ensure that the council and members of the public are not confusing a navigation center with a drop-in center. So when you have a drop-in center, people can line up and congregate outside for services, for meals, and that is not what is being proposed this evening. The navigation center will be referral-based only. Persons residing here will have a case manager who will help them navigate their housing options, education and employment options, healthcare needs, and other services. The goal of interim housing is to have a pathway to permanent, or to create a pathway to permanent housing. And then on the permanent supportive housing side, that's exactly what's occurring at the Quality Inn and Suites. This combines affordable housing with wraparound services. Tenants sign a lease and pay rent, and over 90% of tenants retain housing and permanently exit homelessness. And that meets the goal of stable long-term housing. This slide provides a closer look of what that process is like, that pathway to permanent housing. So with the interim housing, clients are identified through outreach. They are assigned a unit at an interim housing site where they receive laundry, where they can do their laundry, have meals, a roof over their head, and then they also have case management and navigation services, and then are moved on to permanent housing. Again, as previously mentioned, due to the cost and limited available real estate options, impact of high inflation, and unique location preferences, our development partners were unable to identify a site for permanent supportive housing with emergency shelter beds. So the interdisciplinary team of city staff looked at options for siting interim housing only. This included evaluating nearly 24 locations throughout the city, looking at the potential sites, benefits and constraints, the financial investment required, timeline to complete the project and bring the project online, and other short-term and long-term benefits and trade-offs to the city, its residents, and businesses. With such limited options, staff narrowed its search to look for locations that could accommodate modular units only, as finding a permanent facility proved to be extremely challenging. So why modular housing? Modular units require less of a financial commitment. The cost per square foot versus a permanent unit is 2 to 5 times the amount for a remodel or tenant improvement. Modular units will help the city meet the immediate and urgent need for housing the unhoused, as well as serves as a tool for our law enforcement. The units are transportable. City staff and law enforcement have visited interim housing sites with modular units in Reseda as well as in downtown Santa Barbara. We presented our findings to the ad hoc committee, and the ad hoc committee has recommended moving forward with this project as the next best option for interim housing at this time. So these are just a few slides to give the council and the public an idea of what these communities of modular units look like. This is Dignity Mhos in Santa Barbara. They just recently opened and started accepting residents the last couple of weeks. The community is immediately adjacent to Morgan Stanley Advisors and is located in the heart of their downtown area. There are 33 private rooms for individuals experiencing homelessness. There's laundry facilities, showers, and extensive services such as an on-site clinic provided to the clients. This next one is Hope of the Valley in Reseda, similar to the Dignity Mhos in Santa Barbara. On-site wraparound services are provided. This particular site is located in a residential neighborhood, is also near a library, park, and police station. There are 52 units available at this site. And it also includes, I should mention, a dog run as well as storage. And then finally, we just did a virtual tour of this site, and this is the Baldwin Park Esperanza Village, and you can see that the configuration of the site is very similar to the site that will be presented on the next slide. So the recommended site being brought forth by the ad hoc committee tonight is a city-owned property at 1205 Lawrence Drive. Public transportation is about a half a mile away. There's also a grocery store located less than a mile away. There are a number of improvements that will be required at this site, such as utility connections and improvements for wastewater, water, and electrical, grading, paving, landscaping. And then you also see the street view of this site. So this is a property that is currently underutilized. And considering all options that have been explored, this is the best, but yet not the perfect site available to meet the urgent and immediate need for interim housing. The estimated cost for this site, staff is proposing 30 units. The civil engineering and construction costs are estimated to be anywhere between $2 million to $3.5 million. Based on our research and conversation with other communities, we're anticipating anywhere from $30,000 to $35,000 per unit for operating cost. There are a number of potential funding sources available to support this project. On the capital side, we do have budgeted city funds, including our general fund and housing trust fund that was set aside by the city council during the last budget process. There are also potentially county funds available, as well as state project home key dollars. On the operating side, we have a general fund. There's also the permanent local housing allocation funding available, which is currently being managed by the county through a countywide pool. And then we are also asking that if the item goes forward tonight, that the council authorize the mayor to send a letter to the county requesting support for capital and operating dollars. And there's also a number of grants that are available through the county continuum of care, as well as state project home key dollars potentially for operating. The next round of project home key criteria will be released in early 2023. Just on the client selection process, because one of the most common questions and concerns from the public when it comes to citing interim housing as well as permanent supportive housing is whether or not this will attract individuals from outside of the city. We currently have 250 unsheltered persons experiencing unsheltered homelessness in Thousand Oaks. And according to our law enforcement as well as local service providers, most of these individuals do have roots or ties to Thousand Oaks. While not all persons experiencing homelessness will want to accept housing at this location, with the 30 beds that are being proposed for the Navigation Center, we do not anticipate having challenges filling the units with persons who are from Thousand Oaks. In addition, if City Council moves forward with this effort and location, one of the requirements in the RFP will be for the operator to only accept referrals from Thousand Oaks-based nonprofits, county agencies who serve Thousand Oaks residents, as well as our law enforcement. And we do propose holding beds for law enforcement purposes only. The operator will receive referrals, they'll conduct their screening and intake, and then the client is also is required to sign a contract or participation agreement. Recognizing the significance of this project and the importance of providing education and engagement opportunities, a number of engagement efforts are forthcoming. The city's website on homelessness serves as the primary resource of information. It includes information on understanding homelessness and the law, as well as the city's role. In addition to this page, we will have information on the proposed Navigation Center. We are also proposing, or we will host a webinar that will have a panel of industry professionals, such as law enforcement, our service providers, and our county continuum of care, to provide the community with an opportunity to ask questions and learn more about what the Navigation Center will entail. There will also be targeted engagement with surrounding businesses, and in fact, this engagement and outreach has already begun. Our business ombudsman, Haider Alawami, has contacted brokers, property owners, and business owners in the surrounding area and will continue to remain in communication. As expected, there are concerns and questions, but based on staff's discussions with other jurisdictions inside and outside of Ventura County and law enforcement's conversations with other law enforcement agencies, we are confident that this site or this use will have minimal impact. Having a qualified and experienced operator is key. Finally, as part of the entitlement process, the project is subject to a special use permit approved by the Planning Commission. This process will provide additional opportunities for interested community members to engage. And in addition, the SUP approval will require that certain conditions are met. The selected developer and operator will also be required to host community engagement meetings. As you may have read in the staff report, we do have to comply with the Surplus Lands Act. In response to the affordable housing crisis, the California Surplus Lands Act was amended to promote affordable housing development on unused or underutilized public land. The changes to this property require the council to declare the Lawrence Drive property as surplus land or exempt surplus land before disposing of the property. And so if the city was to lease this property with a ground lease of over 5 years, that is considered a disposition. And since the Navigation Center meets the purpose of affordable housing, it does qualify as exempt surplus land. If the item before the council is approved this evening, this is a summary of the next steps. Staff would issue the RFP. There will be community engagement efforts. We will interview the proposers and then return to the council on your December 6th meeting with the recommended developer and operator. So these are the recommendations before the City Council. 1, to authorize staff to issue an RFP for construction and operation of a navigation center or emergency shelter at 1205 Lawrence Drive. 2, adopt the resolution declaring the property located at 1205 Lawrence Drive as exempt surplus land. And 3rd, to authorize the mayor to sign a letter to the County of Ventura requesting financial assistance. Similar to when council considers giving the green light for development pre-applications, this is what is being asked of the City Council tonight. Approving tonight's recommendation is giving a green light for this project to go forward at this site. It is the initial step, but not the only step in this process. The developer, again, to reiterate, will have to go through the permitting and entitlement process. This includes my presentation for this meeting. At this time, I will turn it over to the ad hoc committee for comments or anything that I may have missed in my presentation from our discussions. And as the mayor mentioned in his comments, we do have staff from Finance, Public Works, our law enforcement, and the county that are available to answer questions the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. Ms. Bilda LaPena, you have any comments or anything to add to the presentation?
Thank you, Mayor Engler. Thank you so much, Ms. Hardy, for the presentation, and thank you to staff who worked so hard on bringing this forward. I think it is important to show pictures to see what such a navigation center would look like, and to know that such centers exist in a very active commercial center in Santa Barbara, for example, next to Morgan Stanley, and it can be handled extremely well and safely, and I think that that is an important point to bring up, and it's also important to mention how we've been at this for several years. This is now year number 5 almost. It takes time, it takes patience, it takes perseverance. And while this is maybe not the perfect site, I don't know if there is a perfect site, but certainly it is the best available under the circumstances. And the clock is ticking on Project Homekey, so funding for that as well. So I know there has been a thorough search for parcels all over town, commercial as well as industrial. So I just wanted to thank you for the presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Bilda LaPena. Thank you again for the presentation. Just from my perspective and what we've talked about in the committee, a lot of people do have a misunderstanding of what we're trying to do here. A lot of people in their mind, they see a rescue mission, Skid Row type facility. This is not what we are proposing to do. We are proposing to do an interim housing transition center without any possibility of people just dropping in. We have I would imagine that our 2 officers who are in constant contact with all of our people experiencing homelessness in town will be able to help bring the people to this center that will be able to then use that center to migrate into more permanent housing. My understanding is that the latest center that was opened up in Santa Barbara is invisible to the street. There's a wall with a door. All the residents have a key to that door. They're able to enter it. It used to be a parking lot. It's now a center that is helping 35 people. A lot of people are concerned with increases in crime. That particular location has had no increase in crime. There was one person who was parked in a car outside. That was the only crime in the area. This is what we are working on in Thousand Oaks. This is not, like I say, what some people may have in their mind. With that, I think I'll open it to any other questions from my colleagues. Mr. Adam, I was looking straight at you when I said that.
Thank you, Mayor. Claudia and Bob, thanks so much for your work on this committee. I know it's been a long haul, but we definitely have some results. We're going to the ribbon cutting tomorrow for our permanent supportive housing project at the Quality Inn, and you both had a lot to do with that. And now we move on to interim housing. We have last count, I think about 250 homeless in the city, and some of them live in encampments, which we get a lot of feedback from the residents about encampments, and needless to say, they don't like them, concerned about them. So am I. As I see it, this interim housing would be a partial solution to encampments. And if I got this right, somebody in an encampment, in a tent, if they were referred, could very well end up in one of these modular homes. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And since we have two of our vulnerable population officers here with us this evening, and thank you, gentlemen, you're doing a great job, could they be a referral for someone to go from a tent to one of these modular homes?
Yes, absolutely. Similar to other cities, we are proposing that we hold beds for law enforcement.
Good, good. I can't think of any, I mean, these fellows are right on the ground. I know I've been out with previous vulnerable population officers, and nobody knows the situation better than they do. And I think they could really make a very intelligent referral base for us. And as far as the Santa Barbara project goes, as I understand it, filled up in the first week. Really very successful, so. Thank you.
Mr. McNamee.
Thank you, Mayor. I have three questions. To the three-question limit here. One deals with the Boise decision, and perhaps the officers can address this as well as our city attorney. I think it would be best if you would, city attorney, please tell everybody about what the Boise decision means, the two parts of it, and how this would factor into this location.
So the Boise decision is a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal decision. You're testing my memory. Is a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal decision, which basically holds that cities, government agencies cannot criminalize the act of sleeping on public property. You cannot criminalize a person for not having a house to live in. So if you have a city where there is no place for a homeless person to go, then we must allow them to sleep on public property. We have no choice in the matter. They did recognize the ability to regulate camping versus sleeping, which is what our ordinance actually did as a result of Boise. But the court also held that if there are available locations for a person who's experiencing homelessness to go, then that could be utilized to prevent them from sleeping on public property.
Could you also go into change of behavior if they go to a shelter, that they could still do their drug use and so forth and bad behavior? They could still proceed with that because that was part of Boise, if I remember correctly.
So the Boise case didn't focus on that. They focused on on some of the religious shelters. That was the primary emphasis in the Boise case, was on religious shelters. So in other words, what the court said is there couldn't be preconditions to entering a facility, an interim housing facility. In other words, you could not say that you can come in here, but then you have to go to religious services. That was one of the things. And it's called, I can't remember what it's called, Ingrid. It's what type of?
Low barrier.
Thank you. It's called low barrier housing, where you cannot place restrictions and require a person from doing something in order to enter an interim housing facility.
So if someone's doing crystal meth or heroin on the street and they're put into one of these shelters, are they still able to still do crystal meth and heroin? Or would the shelter be able to say, no, you're not doing that to be here?
That's actually a question that I would pose to our county partners and our operator partners on how they actually operate these types of interim facilities.
Okay, and this will go to the officers then. In light of the Boise decision, previously to the Boise decision, the option for law enforcement was you're sleeping on government property. You would be taken over to county jail and given a place to sleep and food and so forth and shelter. Now that the Boise case came down, you couldn't take them to county jail unless there's alternative housing for them. Is it one where you would then approach someone who's sleeping on government property if we have beds available and say to them, you got two choices. You go to the shelter or you go to county jail. Walk me through the steps that you as law enforcement would do for these folks that are homeless looking for a place to stay.
So it's really important to understand Boise is case law that came down in 2018. That is really new for case law, although it seems to everybody that's been a while, right? But that's actually very new. The case that started Boise, to give you some perspective, started in 2009. So it took 9 years just to get that case disposed. Case law still is being developed. And by what I mean by that is when case law comes, it gives us some guidance, but not all the guidance. So as usually police departments get sued over it or cities get sued, we find out more and more about kind of what the limitations are. So we don't know a lot of the answers right now on that. There won't be two options. So if someone's sleeping on city property, the first kind of thing will be to ask them to leave. Just like we do trespassing stuff right now. If they're sleeping there, it's not going to be like jail or the shelter. That'd be something like a judge would have to decide, that kind of dispo for somebody, right? A punishment or a choose between two punishments. That's something a judge would have to determine. So we would be, you need to leave, you're not allowed to sleep here. We do have a shelter for you if you'd like to go. So it wouldn't be something where we could tell somebody you have to go to the shelter. We can tell them you're breaking the law by sleeping here, and so you can't sleep here. And so if they choose to, okay, I won't, I'll leave, they leave, just like we do for trespassing now. Now, if they came back, we could then arrest them.
Now, Boise's, though, is saying that they are allowed to be sleeping on government property unless you offer them alternative housing.
Correct. So that would be us saying, right, you either have to leave or you can go to a shelter. We have shelter available for you.
And I don't want to go to a shelter.
Then they can just walk off and leave.
If they don't want to walk off, they want to stay there on government property.
Then it would just be like a trespassing, and we could arrest them at that point, correct?
Okay, so we're back to the two options. Either you go to the shelter or you don't leave, you're going to be arrested?
No. Well, it's semantics, but you just got to understand, we as police officers can't decide what the punishment's going to be, right? So in that case, it would be you have to leave. You can't keep committing the crime, right? And the crime's the sleeping part. So, and it's only a crime because we do have shelter bed available. Right. If we didn't have shelter bed, it wouldn't be a crime, right?
Exactly.
So if we have shelter bed, it's a crime to stay here and sleep. If they choose, I don't want to go to the shelter, but I'm just going to leave, they leave.
Yeah. For clarification, it's three options.
Yeah.
They can go to a shelter, they can leave. That is always an option. They can pick up and they can move somewhere. And again, there is a legal distinction between sleeping and camping. Again, the biological need to sleep cannot be criminalized. That's what the Boise case holds. So they actually have three options. They can get up and move, they can go to a shelter, or if they refuse, they can be arrested for trespass.
Okay, that kind of answers the question. I kind of framed it differently, but I'll go with it, as you say, semantics.
Yeah, some of it's just semantics, but yes.
The other is that there's a marijuana store just around the corner from them.
Mm-hmm.
How do we regulate that? Because it's one where they are homeless. Again, 80% of them, and from my experience in talking to other law enforcement, have either mental illness and or drug addiction going on there. And they walk over, buy more marijuana, and continue the behavior that actually put them on the street homeless. Any strategy on that, or to let it just play out? What's our approach here regarding that?
I think they already talked about the operator making some parameters on that. But as far as marijuana, if they have a doctor's recommendation, there's not going to be any violation of law there. And it's legal for adults to use now too. Marijuana is a tricky one because of the way California laws are. The methamphetamine, heroin's different. That's criminal behavior completely unaffected by Boise Martin. We can arrest for heroin and methamphetamine. Nothing stops us for arresting for those things.
Okay.
And sorry to interrupt Councilmember McNamee, but I can jump in on the comment related to drug use if they are a client of the Navigation Center. So as our city attorney mentioned earlier, with low barrier entry, sobriety is not a requirement for entry into the program. However, once someone is accepted into the program, they do sign a participation agreement, and part of that agreement will include no alcohol or drug use. And so if they are engaging in alcohol or substance use and abuse, then there are consequences for that, and then there are also services that are offered to them to eliminate the usage of drugs and alcohol.
Now, this is the third one for the mayor here, so that way you keep me on track. Person's admitted into the program, they sign the agreement, and at some point, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks later, they say, you know what? This is not fun. I don't want to do this anymore. Can't hold them there. They walk out the door, terminate what they want to do with you. How do we not shift our entire homeless population over to this shelter area that will inundate the area around this homeless shelter by people saying, okay, that was a good night's sleep for 2 weeks, had a good time, but now I'm going to live on the streets over here on Lawrence Drive. What are our options here?
We have this, so it's the same option, that it doesn't change, right? If there's beds available for them and they're sleeping where they're not supposed to, we just start again with the option is you can't be here or you need to go to the shelter.
And if you don't, you're going to be arrested and taken to jail.
Correct, yep. Just, we're back to the same options.
Okay. And the last one is, again, the idea of public safety, that they're able to come and go in and out of the facility during the day. I did question 4, sorry about Bob. How do we measure that as far as they're going out and doing crimes in the local community? What's the law enforcement perspective, and how do we keep this under control?
Well, since they came, I'm gonna let them answer questions.
You're going to punt. Is that what I'm hearing here?
Well, come on up. I'll tell you what they did. They went and talked to a whole bunch of the shelters. They did the research, right? This is new for the sheriff's office. We don't have any of our jurisdictions that have one, so we're learning and doing research, and these guys, as you know, are awesome at it. So I don't want them to sit there and not have a chance to answer. So I'll let them answer about that, what they found in the research.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was the original question?
Well,
Are these the two homeless people?
Yes, they are the ones, the officers who deal with the vulnerable population. We're looking at, again, the vulnerable population there. How do we keep them? They go in and out of the facility. How do we keep crime down in the area? Santa Barbara's had good success. How do we ensure that the industrial businesses there don't have increased crime or they're out doing bad behavior in the community?
I think it's just the continued proactive enforcement that we're already doing. I mean, we have the same problem just elsewhere in the city, and there's no spikes in crime in any of those other areas where the homeless are currently congregating. We met with Salvation Army, Mercy House, what was the third one?
Mercy House and Harbor House.
And Harbor House, and talked to them about some of their program models. These facilities, these interim shelters are well regulated. They run them. They're well-oiled machines. They screen them when they come in, when they leave, for weapons, for contraband. They go through a metal detector. The one in Reseda, they were patted down. And now that all is going to be determined by the service provider and the RFP that the city presents and what their security regulations are. But the ones we saw were very impressive.
So if the business is having a problem with the homeless that is from that shelter, they're able to call the shelter or to call you directly and you would come out and handle that?
They can always call us.
And the shelter would be involved with this as well to say, this person's creating a problem over here in my business.
If they violated a term of their contract, I would assume there would be some action taken on behalf of the shelter. But I haven't seen any proposal on what this contract would look like.
Gentlemen, thank you. And Mayor, that's my 4th question, and it's back to you. Thank you.
I enjoy your use of math. Thank you. Just a couple of quick comments, I think. And I think I'll direct this to Ms. Hardy. But the real key to this is the wraparound services and the provider of those wraparound services. In other words, we just don't provide some places for these people to go and then walk away. It's something that we actively engage with them.
Yes, absolutely. So in the RFP, we will list the requirements of the operator and just the basic minimum services to be provided include the wraparound services that you mentioned. We will require 24/7 on-site security. We will require 24/7 program staff. And then, as previously mentioned, there is a participation agreement that the clients will have to sign in order to be a participant at the navigation center. And
And then to the sheriff's point, if there's any criminal activity, it's handled like any other criminal activity in our entire neighborhood, right?
that is correct, Mayor.
Very good. Oh, we have a couple other questions, and then we do have some speakers that I want to
two
get
quick
to,
ones.
so keep in mind we do have some speakers.
Yeah, I think that it is low barrier entry, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. If it's too stringent, we can't get people in. Meaning, for example, as I read and understand the issue, some homeless folks are reluctant to go into interim housing because they have to give things up. Might have to give up a pet, or they have possessions. And I understand some of these interim places have bins where they can put their possessions. And will we have something like that? And will they be allowed to bring a pet in?
Yes, we are requiring that in the RFP. We're listing storage that cannot, enough space for storage that cannot be stored inside of their unit, as well as a dog run.
And they can bring a pet?
Yes.
Well, that's good. That's a good inducement. And I can understand that. I mean, if you're homeless and your only companion is your dog, that's not going to be easy to give up. So I think that's a very altruistic way to proceed.
Ms. Bilda La Pena.
Yes, I would like to find out about how families experiencing homelessness, how they would be managed at this proposed facility.
So this site is not being proposed as a family site. This will be for singles and or couples. Typically, when you house families, it's going to be a family-only type of site.
Thank you.
Very good. Let me get to some of our speakers. We do have some in-house speakers, and I think we still have some people online. Let me go to Rosanna Guerra, who was online.
She's no longer online.
She's offline now. Tim is online. Very good. Tim, if you can please go ahead.
Yes, thanks the committee for letting me speak. So I admire the committee to support the homeless people. However, for my opinion, I strongly object to this proposal. There are a few reasons. The first one is it's not an economical way to spend the taxpayers' money. So if you look at the annual per person we are talking about here is about 30,000 to 34,000 per person. These costs were around a full-time worker, like of course, with the minimum wage for 1 year. This is also not talking about the upfront cost, 2 million to 3.5 million, right? So I think there may be better way to spend the money to, to train to host these people and train them to find a job. And second one is it also jeopardizes the park neighborhood business and also the safety of the community, including just right across the street, there's a campus right across the street. So as the officer just mentioned, and also the lady Hardy just mentioned, there's no barrier to enter the facility. So according to the statistics from the Bureau, it's about 30 to 40 people of those homeless are drug and alcohol addicted. It's actually adding together, it's about 50%, half of that. So without a low barrier to enter, this will have a big threat to the community and also to the business part. And for example, there's several big business just right across this neighborhood, this side. So how can you to keep the safety of the community and the gentleman, I forgot his name, but the gentleman with the yellow coat. If the people just come and after 2 weeks stay there and then go out the street and said, oh, okay, I'm sick of the shelter, I want to do some drugs, and then maybe 2 days later I said, oh, I don't know how, I want to go back, and then another days later, and he go out and then go back. So how we're going to handle this? Because from the officer's testament, I didn't see any proactive way, because this is more like a passive way to dealing with these people. So I would, and also another thing I want to mention is another point is because there's a big community without even let's say without this parking, this is a business park. So the third one is a big community there.
Sir, your time is up, please, and thank you for your comments.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You bet. Next up online, we do have Aaron O'Donnell.
Mm-hmm. Oh, can you hear me?
Well, you're on now. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, good evening. I first want to say that I think the police are doing the best that they can under the circumstances regarding the homeless. However, it is a problem that just keeps going around and around because, I don't know about you, but nobody likes to move. It's traumatic over and over and over again. Move away from here, move away from there, go in here in this shelter and live, sleep with other people sleeping next to you. It's dangerous. It's gross. So if you'd like to take down this website, it's a tiny home village, all inclusive, that's permanent in Austin, Texas. And it's called Mobile Loaves and Fish. It is a religious sort of based place. However, it's not, mandatory or anything like that you do that. So let me give you the website because I know my time is limited, if you don't mind. It's M as in Mary, L, F as in Frank, .org /community -first or -first, whichever you prefer. And it's just, okay, so there's these tiny homes, they get bigger if the family is, 2-3 people. You have a key, you pay $300 a month or a little more, depending on how big the home is. Everything's all inclusive, there's outside kitchens, it's permanent. So you pay $300 a month, that's for a smaller 500 square foot place. And then the rent goes up a little bit. You can do whatever you want behind closed doors. You can do the drugs. It's your home, okay? So it's not traumatic. People need time, if you can imagine, to acclimate. That's the reason they do drugs to begin with. It's just like, what the hell's going on? I have to move from here, I have to move from there, and it's traumatic. So there are therapists on the all-inclusive acreage, 51 acres, and there's approximately 500 tiny homes, just for instance. And there's, you can work on in the community first. That's the slogan. And you work on in the community, or you can go outside and work, or you get SSDI to pay your $300, $400 rent. And it's saving money. I know you're like, oh, what's the rate, ROI? But we do save money because the homeless are costly. We have to clean up after them. They go to emergency hospitals and the like. It adds up fast and it's getting worse. So, that's the problem. When I've talked to homeless, my son's been homeless, they will not go to shelters. It's too regimentated. It's too clinical. So what they want is a home.
Thank you for the recommendation. Thank you, ma'am.
Sure, no problem. Thank you.
Next up is Stephanie Sullivan. I don't know if Stephanie's still online. Stephanie, if you're online, please go ahead.
Yes, hi. My name is Stephanie Sullivan. I've lived in Thousand Oaks for nearly 20 years, but tonight I'm speaking on behalf of Lutheran Social Services. I serve there in the role as program manager. LSS has been in Thousand Oaks for many years with a focus on providing services to those experiencing homelessness and those who are low-income individuals and families in our community. We really appreciated partnering with the city on many of our programs to provide much-needed relief to those who are looking forward, to those who are in our community and need the assistance. And we are looking forward to the permanent supportive housing that will soon be available, thanks in part to Project Roomkey. I also want to thank Ms. Hardy for the overview of this transitional housing development. It's really helpful to know that case management will be provided on site in addition to other services. And I definitely recommend additional wraparound services as much as possible. So it's very clear that the city is interested in providing this support to people who have, in some cases, been homeless for years. I think it was mentioned that some folks, many folks have reported being tied to this community for years, and that is our experience as well at Lutheran Social Services. So the use of the Housing First model is also appreciated to support these people who are our neighbors and part of our community. While we realize that land is scarce and the city is looking to utilize city-owned land to move this project forward, we do ask that the distance between other services and the logistical challenges this could create be kept in mind. Primary services such as Ventura County Behavioral Health, Canoe Valley Family Medical Group, where many people are able to utilize health and mental health services, are located closer to Moore Park Road. So since many of these folks do not have a vehicle, they would need to find a way between the services along Moore Park Road and Lawrence Drive. Thousand Oaks Transit thankfully has a stop near the location, but with costs for the bus going up to $2 potentially after the new year, it can add up very quickly. So perhaps it would be something to consider with the wraparound services that transportation assistance be provided as well. I did want to just speak to a couple things about the crime and danger that has been a concern, and that continuing to arrest people for issues that arise from the fact that they do not have a stable place to live will only continue the cycle of homelessness. A criminal record often prevents someone from finding a job, which in turn prevents them from being able to afford housing. And I just want to thank the other speakers who shared their support for the shelter, transitional housing, and would like to join with them in saying that we appreciate the movement on this matter and look forward to seeing this come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we do have Denise Cortez, but I don't see her on the screen. Looks like we've lost Ms. Cortez. Next up in-house here, we have Kimberly Merrill, followed by Mr. Frank Shillow.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Morrell. I've lived in Thousand Oaks for 22 years, and I've been a resident in Rancho Canoe for 16 of those years. I'm here today to speak about the proposed emergency homeless shelter located at 1205 Lawrence Drive. I'm wondering why the residents and the businesses have not been notified about this. And I know the businesses have not been notified because I called several today. None of them were aware of what was happening. The residents in Rancho Canoe weren't made aware of this. We found out via the Ventura County Star a few days ago. As taxpayers, and most importantly voters, right now, multiple people I've spoken with within our community feel unsupported, and left in the dark by the very people that we have elected and championed to keep us informed and help us. We've seen it tonight with the people that you guys were not able to help, and we need to take care of people in our own backyard before we can continue to give services to outsiders. Studies throughout the country, because facts matter, have shown that the impact of homelessness, homeless shelters in residential areas have seen not only a property value decrease of up to 25%, but a crime increase of up to 50%. Additionally, these crimes can likely impact businesses moving away from our city, leaving empty buildings and further contributing to the urban decay, which leads to additional deterioration of our community. And details do matter, because with regard to occupancy, we need to know how long these people will be allowed to live in this facility and what the actual vetting process will be. Will there be random drug testing as part of their participation agreement? Are there criminal background checks? Will there be mental health evaluations prior to approval to live in this facility? And if mentally ill occupants are in this facility, what sort of monitoring will take place? I'm absolutely devastated right now by the lack of misrepresentation that we're receiving and the lack of transparency that we've seen with this particular project. I would like to see more inclusiveness for the residents that will be directly impacted by this, because there's no way that people can be kept from walking indoors into our community, where our children ride their bikes, and we need to know their backgrounds. We know nothing about this project, and it's not fair to the taxpayers in Rancho Canoe. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Mr. Frank Schillo, followed by Juliette Ormbriguet.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, a long time ago, somebody told me that once you're a mayor, always a mayor. So I'm Mayor Frank Schillo, retired.
Emeritus.
Over a year ago, I instituted a telephone call between the county executive and Mr. Powers, our city manager. And they agreed to work together to solve the homeless problem in Thousand Oaks. Thank you, Mr. Powers, for what you're keeping your word. I really appreciate that. Mayor and council members, all you have to do tonight is say yes tonight to this navigation center, and we can see progress toward eliminating homelessness in Thousand Oaks. And I hope that this will be just the beginning of the solution for the final solution of homelessness in Thousand Oaks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Juliette Ormbriguet. I'm sorry that I probably mispronounced your name.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I know we only have a brief time to express my opposition to the rezoning and of the industrial location that is slated at 1205 Lawrence and Newberry Park for the purpose of this shelter, and it is a shelter. I am a resident and a homeowner and a taxpayer at Rancho Canoe Village. And firstly, and most importantly, is that you know that not only I, but I think everyone I know supports the interest of placement for homeless people. They very much deserve a suitable location. The problem is the location. The location is not a suitable one. It's in an industrial park directly next door to a weed retailer, directly next door. Now, it is 41-minute walk to the nearest grocery store, which is a Walmart. There is a shorter walk that's 18 to 25 minutes to a Target little market, but it is not a good location is the problem. The other problem is that you've only engaged one organization, which is Mini Mansions, to look for a location. They failed. They are not the only ones that can find a location. I happen to be a residential real estate agent who can actually help with that effort. And I would be honored and love to help find a new location that's actually suitable, not in the middle of an industrial park that's within 0.5 miles to Rancho Canoe, which has 950 homes, 950 families. And we were never, not even our board of directors, who I was in touch with Monday to let him know about this, he didn't even know about it. None of the board knew about it because apparently the ombudsman didn't get the message out for specific reasons or not. So if Rancho knew about this, I guarantee you this place would be full because it's mostly going to affect us. We are the tax-paying citizens that live within 0.5 miles of this location. It's not going to affect anybody else in this room, but it's going to affect us. It's going to affect our children, our families. It's going to affect our home values. This is also a fledgling program. They have some methods to go by, but this is not the same space that the others have experienced. The location is the problem. I feel that by choosing this location, first of all, you could be doing a ground lease on this and make more money. You're going to end up, unfortunately, this is probably going to fail, and I'm offering you to save that fiscal issue and choose a new location.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Peter Skidinov, followed by Mr. Jim Friedel.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Engler and council members. I'm a 35-year resident of Newbury Park, and my concern is a couple things. Is that, first of all, temporary, what does that mean? Are we talking about 6 months, a year? Can that be extended because of circumstances? I'm also concerned about, somebody said it's a myth that this wouldn't attract other people that are homeless. I think, the expression that news gets around faster before formal news gets a chance to put his shoes on in the morning. So this kind of thing could go easily, can attract people in this area. I know it's limited to 30 people. However, my concern is also, you said there's a low barrier. Sobriety is not a limit or a regulation for someone getting in there. And my concern is with the other woman that just preceded me. Are there going to be drug testings later if sobriety is not an issue for them getting in? Also, one of the council members brought up the fact that someone can come in to the community, decide that they don't want to submit to sobriety, go out there, do their thing, and then come back to the facility again a week later, since sobriety is not an issue, and getting admitted. You said, they say there's some really rehabilitation money that's involved in this, and I'd like to know what kind of rehabilitation is going to be done and the dollars that will be allocated to it, because Andy Bales and the rescue mission down in Skid Row, and also my friend who is ahead of the City of Hope, or Hope of the Valley, Reseda, Ken Kraft, there's an issue with rehabilitation. Are we just housing these people to do their own thing, or are we really trying to help them? Not just feeding them, but really getting back on their feet mentally and emotionally. A lot of these people are either drug addicted or they're mentally ill, and mentally ill people tend to go to drugs. And people that are on drugs can become mentally ill as well. So what kind of rehabilitation programs are they, and are they just offered to them? And how many people accept those rehabilitation type of referrals? Andy Bales with the rescue mission down in LA says there's plenty of beds there for people to come and fill, but because people don't want to submit to any kind of rehabilitation, it has nothing to do with religion. It could be simply work programs or work programs that could build their character. So we need to look at those things. And one last thing, I know my time is up, is the RFP process. How is the stuff source selected so we get the most bang out of our buck if we do something like this? Again, I agree with the woman, there could be a better location chosen than this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up is Jim Friedel, followed by Rick Schrader.
Thank you, Mayor Engler, members of council, staff. My name is Jim Friedel. I am the general manager of the Canoe Rec and Park District, and I rise before you tonight because homelessness is a well, you've been working on it with a committee for 5 years. Owning 50 parks, 8 community center buildings, multiple other smaller buildings. Homelessness is something that is very familiar to our field staff. And I really rise to applaud the staff, the committee. Our sheriff's TOPD has been outstanding over the years working with us. I have found the homeless population is very similar to the to the general public population. There's some just wonderful, lovely people that are great to work with, and then there's some folks that might be a little more challenging, same as in the typical population with homes. So we have experienced homeless folks in virtually probably every park. I can certainly say we have higher propensity encampment areas than others. One of the popular encampment areas happens to be in near the Rancho Canoe playfields in the Barranca. I'd like to believe that maybe through this effort, there's people down there that may not live right there next to the Rancho Canoe playfields, but have the chance to maybe be at this navigation center and find some more permanent housing. So I really just want to say, and again, I'm speaking for myself as the general manager responsible for the 140 staff people at the district. We haven't had a chance yet at my board level to talk about it, but your work to address the homeless thing is really important, and it's really going to help us out as well. So I just want to say thank you so much for all the work.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Schroeder, followed by Charles Smith, I believe, online. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Mayor Engler, members of the City Council, members of city staff, I am Rick Schrader, president of Many Mansions. And Many Mansions is a nonprofit affordable housing and service provider and is the largest permanent supportive housing developer and operator in Ventura County. And we strongly support staff recommendation in this matter, declaring this land on Lawrence Drive as surplus property with the intent of developing it into a site of interim housing with a navigation center, a housing navigation center. Now, despite our team's best efforts, we could not find an existing motel or an existing structure that we could convert to interim housing, a navigation center, or permanent supportive housing under the guidelines set by the city and the Project Home Key program from the state. But during this process, we did discover that others throughout the state were using unused or underutilized lots, commercial spaces, constructed with modular buildings for the purpose of interim housing, dining facilities, bathroom facilities, offices, and meeting space. And we were quite impressed with their projects. The advantage is that these are very high-quality buildings. They're less expensive. They take less time for construction. They're more flexible in the design and layout. They do allow pets, and they are temporary. So these buildings could be moved or could be taken down very easily. The location, though, is the key. And we did make an extensive search throughout the city for an adequate lot or site or vacant place for that. And again, we were unable to find one that was better than this particular site that the city is now proposing. We need this housing. We need interim housing in this city. As the council knows, the homeless count went up again in 2022. Such interim housing would be open year-round, so it could serve more people. It would be staffed by professional service providers, and it could provide a great deal of services that are on-site and assistance for those residents. And the Navigation Center would help better assist those individuals transition into permanent housing, permanent supportive housing, as provided by Many Mansions, or hopefully the Quality Inn, which is under development. So in conclusion, we strongly support staff recommendation. It's long overdue in this community. I do want to applaud our founder, Frank Sholo, for his effort in pushing this, and so please support this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is Charles Smith online? No, he's gone from line. We do have Kyle Rohrbach next up.
Good evening. Mayor Engler, City Council, City staff, my name is Kyle Rohrbach. I am a longtime resident of Thousand Oaks. And I want to speak in favor of the rezoning of the land to pursue this project. And it's for a few reasons. I've had an opportunity recently to speak with a lot of our residents about city issues, generally speaking, and I think it's no surprise to all of you that homelessness is at the top of the list for many people. And I think we all can also agree that we live in a pretty partisan time, a pretty divisive time where it's really difficult to build consensus on any one topic. And yet, I have yet to meet a resident that wants people living on the streets of Thousand Oaks. That's one thing that I think most of us, if not all of us, can actually agree upon, is that no one wants people living on the streets of Thousand Oaks. How we get there and how we address this issue with our various solutions, I think, is indeed the debate, but we know that we're starting from a place of commonality and that the end goal is the same, which tells me that we can build consensus, and that when we have opportunities that are presented like this one, which are built in practicality, hold true to the responsibility of our local government, and are focused on the future of what's in the best interest of the city, then we have an obligation to take action. I think Ms. Hardy used the line in her presentation that this is, while not a perfect location and a perfect solution, it is indeed the best one, as evidenced by Mr. Schrader's comment right before mine. The time it will take to build is much less than another option. The location, while near a residential community, is in an industrial park, so it's not directly in a residential community. There are many services being put forward to make sure that the folks who do live in and near that area will continue to be protected by the law enforcement that is doing a really extreme job, I think, keeping our residents safe and getting to know the population that lives here and on the streets. You had all set a goal to address homelessness as a city council, and now is the time to address that goal. You have an opportunity before you tonight to act, and I encourage you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was our last speaker for the night. I turn to staff for any responses to some of the questions raised by our speakers.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Engler. I will do my best. I was writing feverishly here, trying to capture all of the comments, concerns, and questions by the public. I'd just like to start out by saying that I certainly appreciate, respect, and hear the concerns of the residents that are within a half mile of this location. I just have to go back to the initial comment that there is no perfect site. And also there is no site within city boundaries that is not located within a half mile to residential. Unregulated homelessness is a significant issue for Thousand Oaks. And this is the one of the tools in the toolbox, if you will, to deal with and respond to homelessness. We have no interim housing options available in Thousand Oaks. This facility would attempt to better address the problem at hand. Without it, we have limited enforcement tools. I just want to go back again to looking for various sites. We have spent hours, city staff, on top of what Many Mansions has already spent with their team looking for a site. This was not as you know, as a mayor and Ms. Bill de la Pena, as you know, as ad hoc committee members, that
there were challenges finding a site, and this was not something that was taken lightly. We did speak, so just to start responding to some of the specific questions, we actually, the vulnerable population officers and myself, we actually met and spoke with Ken Kraft, who is the executive director of Hope of the Valley. And not all persons that are experiencing homelessness are going to accept services. However, for those who do accept services, the operator will provide sufficient services to help meet the goal of transitioning the individuals there into permanent housing. And those services do include drug rehabilitation, drug treatment, case management, employment and education, exploring those options. There are wraparound services provided. This will be, again, I want to reemphasize, a regulated facility with 24/7 security and 24/7 staff on site. The opportunity for engagement will continue. This is the initial step. I would like to again state that there was initial outreach to the surrounding businesses. I have a list from our ombudsman of at least nearly 30 individuals that he has spoken with so far. This includes property owners, business owners, as well as brokers that represent businesses in the area. There was a comment made about, I believe from the first speaker, on spending taxpayer dollars. Just in terms of cost of homelessness, there was a study conducted by Ventura County in 2020 that looked at what is the cost of homelessness to the county. And what they did was, out of the nearly 9,000 individuals that had some touch with our homeless management information system, they looked at the highest utilizers of our services. And what they found is that the cost is anywhere from $37,000 to $57,000 annually. And primarily those costs are made up of our, for medical, for incarceration, as well as behavioral health. In addition, just year to date, on responding to homeless encampments, our public works staff have spent numerous hours and at least $100,000 in cleanup costs for our encampments. We receive, and then lastly, in terms of costs, we do receive a quarterly report from the Ventura County Fire District, and just this year alone, they have spent $173,000 in responses to homelessness. Last year, that amount was $250,000. So if we continue on this trend, likely those costs are going to continue to increase year over year. Someone mentioned, I believe what I heard was concerns regarding parking. Parking will be provided on site for staff, so that is one of the requirements. In the RFP, there will be sufficient parking provided. There was a member of the public who mentioned mobile loaves and fishes, and that is a program that we are actually familiar with. It is very impressive. I do encourage you to visit that website. As we know, there's a lot of land in Texas, and we don't have that here in Thousand Oaks. But I will say that their model and the permanent housing that is provided, there's jobs on site. It really is a quite impressive community, but we have to scale our options for Thousand Oaks. Stephanie from LSS mentioned or expressed concern about the logistics of providing transportation because of the distance to the nearest service providers, and transportation will be required as part of the RFP.
And that is something that we've seen provided at the Ventura shelter, and we believe that that is absolutely critical as part of the service model. Again, there's no location that's not within a half-mile residential. This is not a residential area. It is an industrial area. Someone asked the question of how long are individuals allowed to stay here or at this navigation center. Typically, what you see is a participation or a participant agreement for 90 to 120 days. And again, the goal is to move the person along to permanent housing. If permanent housing is not available and that person is meeting the requirements of their participation agreement, it will get renewed. But again, we want people moving into permanent housing. And then I guess I believe I covered everything. If there's additional questions from the council, I'd be more than happy to answer those questions. And lastly, I'll just state that with the outreach and engagement efforts, it will be broad and comprehensive so that there is a community-wide engagement effort, but we will also engage in targeted community engagement efforts as well so that we can hear the concerns and questions from nearby businesses and residents and do the best that we can to mitigate those concerns. And then there is also the SUP process. So, approval by the Planning Commission will be required, and there will be conditions that are set forth for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. Do you have a couple questions from our council members? I'll turn it over to Mr. McNamee.
Thank you, Mayor. This question would be, I guess, for you, Assistant Manager Hardy, and perhaps law enforcement. One of the criteria that we're using for the Boise case is that there's beds available. There's 250 homeless out there in Thousand Oaks. 33 beds is what we're talking about as that option to get them off the street. When those 33 beds are occupied, what are our options for law enforcement? Does that then stop? We just have to work with what we've got on the streets until another bed opens up? Whoever would like to answer that, I'm more than willing to hear an answer.
So we are scaling for 30 initially. We are proposing to hold at least 5 beds for law enforcement. And ideally, with the addition of this interim housing, as I mentioned previously, there are motel vouchers and other services that are provided through our LSS and Harbor House. So ideally, this will free up additional resource, and our vulnerable population officers work closely with these organizations.
I acknowledge this is a beginning effort and applaud the beginning effort. Those 5 beds for law enforcement, when they get full, we now have no more tools for law enforcement to get them off the street and sleeping on government property and so forth. So the answer, from what I'm hearing and thinking about, is that more needs to be provided. I spent a day with former Mayor and Councilmember Frank Schillo looking for and driving around the city, and I acknowledge it's going to be tough to find a place to put a homeless shelter that's not in someone's neighborhood. And I do not want to drop a homeless shelter in someone's neighborhood. That's just not in my skill set nor my vision of government and public policy. My answer is we've got a naval base that's got a lot of land over in Port Hueneme. It has empty barracks. Why don't we lease for $1 a year, 10 acres, put a fence around it, put up a Quonset hut, and that opens up a lot for the county of Ventura. And I think that would be the better way to go to address this other than locally. Any thoughts on that, Ingrid or Chief Paris? We suck up all the beds, they're all full, and we don't have any other options really to get them off the street, is my thought.
So maybe I'll jump in here. So obviously and you and I have talked about it, intriguing the Port Hueneme solution there. Department of Defense, being what they are, is the challenge and the impediment there. And I certainly encourage anyone that wants to try to keep pushing towards that, that might be a conversation to have with them. In regards to the scaling of the facility, we've been very deliberate to try to scale for our community and our need without overscaling initially. A 5-bed set aside is obviously not a huge number, but it is a number that we intend to maintain that. And in the event that that's not workable, we'll need to come back and have conversations about how do we manage that? Do we hold back more? What does the scaling look like? How quickly are folks turning out of the facility and so on? But rather than scaling up large to begin with, we think it's prudent to be more measured.
I just want to make my third point, Mayor, is that UCLA, their baseball team, their baseball field is on federal land that they lease for $1 a year. You're telling me no, it's not? My understanding it is. So it is possible, but we'll take a look at it. Anyways, the other last thought, Mayor, is that we should have an out clause that if this is not working, we have a 5-year lease we're negotiating, is that if it's not working, and I expect speed bumps that we can overcome, but perhaps City Manager, Mr. Powers, can we put an out clause that we have 60 days that if we want to terminate this, we can, so we're not locked into it for 5 years?
One of the benefits of the SUP process, and remember, bars and restaurants and other things have SUPs, and SUPs are revocable if there are impacts associated with this special use permit associated. And so there would be an operations agreement with there. We'll have various clauses in there, but the SUP itself is an extra layer of support that we think is prudent in order of mitigating resident concerns and business concerns.
Yeah, there's nothing to preclude that there's other solutions out there. However, the solution we have in front of us tonight is scaled, as the city manager says, at a 33-bed level, 30-bed level. If there's other solutions out there involving the federal government, there's no reason we can't pursue that. But our question tonight really is this an idea that we want to pursue locally? Mr. Adam, you had a question, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's just important to remember that this is not a drop-in shelter, which is a big differentiation between what we're proposing tonight. Drop-in, as I understand it, people can line up, they congregate out in front. We're not anticipating anything like that, are we?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I visited the one in Santa Barbara, and you couldn't tell it was there because it was behind a gate and a wall kind of situation. So as you walked by or drove by, you would have no idea that it was even there. What do we anticipate for this one? Are we going to have a kind of a similar situation, or?
Yes, that is correct. We are going to want this facility to fit in with the surrounding area there. We will require landscaping, setbacks. Again, I'll go back to the security. So we will do everything we can from a design and site layout perspective to minimize and to mitigate the impacts to the surrounding area. And as you mentioned, this is not a drop-in. This is not for people to congregate outside, to hang out with their friends. It's structured and it is regulated. And as our police chief mentioned, if there are people leaving the site and breaking the law, then that needs to be reported, and law enforcement will deal with it accordingly.
Now, I guess theoretically, with 30 units, the most people that are going to be there will be 30 people, right?
And theoretically, unless there's couples. But I also just want to remind the City Council, with the approval of the Quality Inn and Suites, that there's also 77 beds of permanent supportive housing that are going to be provided as well. So we're looking at a count of approximately 250. We have 77 beds of permanent supportive housing, and then if this moves forward, we will have an additional 30 beds. And then also, as previously mentioned in the presentation, we have been in conversations countywide and looking at some type of regional effort as well. There's no proposed project at the moment, but these are ongoing conversations. Thousand Oaks is not the only community that is facing a growing homelessness crisis.
Thanks, Ingrid.
Ms. Bilda La Pena.
Thank you. Mayor Engler. I wanted to point out that in the years of research that we have done, we've looked at different sites, especially in the last 2 years or so and last 10 months, that the sites that were considered, such as a motel, hotel to be converted, they were immediately next to residential, separated maybe by just a block wall. And so, and that was really with most. I also want to say that many mansions worked for 9 months with a commercial real estate broker. And it was slim pickings here. It really was. Also, the city of Thousand Oaks has had a winter warming shelter for I don't know how long, many years, but all that stopped with COVID. And so they were churches and synagogues who made their parish hall or community hall available overnight during the winter. And my family and I, we've been serving homeless dinners since my boys were 9 years old. And so they came in, the unsheltered persons come in, they take their meal, they take their blanket, and their sleeping bag, and it's about 30 or so, or 35, that just spend the night there. And then they clean up the next day and they leave without any incident. So we have been sheltering people, except it's been happening in churches and only during the winter. And the city has a website that is dedicated to homelessness. It shows the faces of homelessness, and it shows that the vast majority of homeless persons, unsheltered persons, are from Thousand Oaks. They graduated from our local high schools. We have far too many families who are experiencing homelessness. And sometimes you just don't know that they're homeless. They come in picking up the dinner. They're the working poor that are living in their car. They work at local offices. They work at a biotech company. They work as real estate agents. They're living in their cars. And those are the people that will easily be helped, that want to find a place to stay. It is the heavy-duty drug addicts that will be the hardest cases. There is no doubt about that. I'm not sugarcoating that. There are those who are really service resistant. And so when I hear stories about homeless students in our local school district, or homeless students living with their parents in a car, and yet they have perfect attendance at the local school. It is unbelievable. Those are the ones that want help, that can receive the help. We've looked wide, high, and low to find a place. This is in an industrial area. It is half a mile from residential, but all the other parcels that we looked at over such a long time, they were either in residential or immediately next to residential, and that was not an option. This is a momentous occasion in that we know that there will be residents who are upset, and you are upset. But our constituents have asked us for years to do something about it, and we're doing it. We're doing it.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, we can't take questions from the audience.
We've had, we started a town hall meeting in 2019. We've built up to what we have tonight. And there is not ever a perfect solution, but this is as close as we can get. And there will be many more opportunities to weigh in with planning commission meetings, community meetings. I know that, we have befriended homeless persons that really, really will become, once they get help, will be able to get back on their feet. So, and with that, I encourage my colleagues to approve this tonight. Mayor Engler has been wonderful to work with on the ad hoc committee, and of course, staff. City staff has been doing all of the hard work. I appreciate that very, very much. You should be proud of yourself. This is a big thing, really is. Who would have thought? Thank you.
A quick question, I think, just for staff. If you can go a little bit, you covered it on one of your slides. This is a request to us to initiate an RFP. Where are we exactly on the process of developing this location? We're going to have an RFP come in, and what is the other steps that need to take place prior to any institution of any type of structures out there?
So we will return to the City Council in December with a recommended developer operator. They will be required to go through our regular permitting and entitlement process. They'll have to submit plans. These plans will have to be approved. They will have to go to the Planning Commission for special use permit. There are a number of steps that will be required. I'm looking at my boss here who has additional comments.
Mr. Powers, you have a comment?
She was perfect, spot on. But I think it's also important to be very candid and to mention that, you know, this is an important step forward. So I don't want to put any illusions out there that this is not a step forward. And I also think it's important to calibrate everybody's expectations. We are probably one legislative cycle away from the state of California allowing homeless sheltering in any zone by right. And I'm not saying that in any manner as a fear tactic, but it is something that we're cognizant of. And that could put facilities much closer in proximity to residential and other facilities. And so it's something that's been in our mind. And so I recognize and appreciate the concern. We're going to continue to have that engagement. Literally anywhere we would have picked is going to be within that spectrum in our community. And our community is 54 square miles. So there are steps to go here, but we are going to be embarking, if council moves forward here, in an RFP process, and that puts out into the marketplace a set of criteria that we're looking for. And so it's just important to acknowledge as we're here tonight that is substantial.
No, it's an important first step. I'm just wanting everyone to know this is not the last step. Go, Ms. Bilda-LaPena.
One more thing I wanted to say is, besides residents having told us do something about it, it is also the local businesses that have been fed up and they wanted us to do something. Taking care and addressing homelessness also helps our local economy. That is an important point to make. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Very good. A comment from Mr. McNamee.
Thank you, Mayor. If you get back to the root cause, that the homeless, the 80% that's the difficult to work with, that's the ones who are mentally ill and or drug addicted. Many times the mentally ill will self-medicate using the drugs, and those with long-term drug use become mentally ill. When you look at 70% of the illegal drugs of heroin and crystal meth coming across our southern border, you look to the cause, and if we could shut that down, you dry up the supply, and we would probably have a big dent into the homeless in the future by reducing it through limiting the drug supply coming into this country. We're stuck with this problem here on a local level, state level, and national level because of it. And I applaud the city staff, the ad hoc committee, for their efforts in making a dent into the homeless problem here, because it does need to be addressed. This is a good beginning step. It's not going to stop there, I hope. Finding a place to put it, as former Mayor Schillo and I found driving around the community, it's difficult to find a good place to put something like this, and this is the better of all the places that we looked at. So with that, I'm very much in support of making this an attempt. Yes, we will have speed bumps.
Did you want to make a motion?
You know what? Let me think about that. Yeah, let me make a motion that we accept. What is this? 13A? and staff recommendation.
Staff recommendations, yeah.
Thank you for the guidance.
Any other comments? Madam Clerk? I'm sorry.
Yes, just one more comment regarding drugs. Also, having spoken to many of the unsheltered population, many fell on hard times because of opioid addiction. They were going through surgery, got addicted to all of these narcotics, and then it was over. So it is a drug addiction that started right here at home.
Yeah, I try to remind everybody that we don't have a homeless problem. We have a problem with individuals who are homeless. And each one of these individuals has their own reason for being in the situation that they find themselves in. That's why having a navigation center to be able to identify the problems that brought the people to the street and help them navigate away from those into permanent housing is such an important piece of what we're trying to do. I think I mentioned that it's what we're doing is we're putting pieces in place that will help the overall outcomes for people who are experiencing homelessness. This is one of the pieces that we need to put into place. But never forget that it's not a problem with people who don't have homes. It's individuals, and we need to treat them as such. I do have a motion on the floor. Ms. McGuire.
Councilmember Villa Pena?
Yes.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Aye.
And Mayor Engler?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, colleagues. Next up, we do have some comments from our city manager. I'm sorry. We do have a B. We have a follow-up on the California League of Cities that Councilmember McNamee and I both attended. Not sure if we have a PowerPoint. It's just our verbal comments. So, Mr. McNamee, do you have any comments from our time down in Long Beach?
I have to tell you, the cities in California are all facing the same issues we are, whether you're big or small. And the biggest message I took back was that we're all having to navigate the imposition of Sacramento upon the cities here in California, trying to get through their regulations and their requirements, their laws, telling us how to run our cities. We had cities as small as 2,000, 500 people, 500 people, 600 people, all the way up to millions. And we're all facing, again, Sacramento's imposition of their will upon the cities of California. Mayor, what were your thoughts? Did you take away on that?
It's always, I believe, money well spent to have council members and staff attend these types of meetings, because in those meetings, as you mentioned, there are cities from all over California who are bringing their particular take on how things are doing in their area and giving us best practices to try to emulate. There was a presentation made by an analyst who told us many of the things that she sees into the future of California and the trends and demographics that are coming to California and are already here, and how we can be more aware of how to approach those going into the future. Our job as council members and as city staff is to address the immediate issues that are happening, but also to anticipate those that are coming. And the place we find out where issues are coming is by speaking with our fellow city people throughout the state, because they may have already seen some of the things that we need to be aware of and to prepare for. So I think it was time well spent. And I thank staff for being there with us and the citizens for sending us to be better educated. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Powers.
Thanks. So our next regularly scheduled council meeting will be 2 weeks from tonight on the 11th of October. We currently have 3 items percolating forward. A municipal code amendment ordinance that the council had advanced earlier in the year regarding putting some further restrictions that we can do from a legal basis around SB 9, and that went to Planning Commission last night and moved forward. The revised water conservation ordinance will be coming forward. We'll update from our Public Works team on that. And we also have a very fitting item, a department report for 2022 Mini Mansions Bella Vista, a refinancing effort for one of our affordable housing projects. So those are the items slated for the 11th.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Our city attorney also has some announcements to make.
Thank you, Mayor Engler. We do have one closed session tonight. It is conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A on existing litigation, City of Thousand Oaks versus CHPCE Thousand Oaks LLC. It is unlikely I'll have anything to report.
Thank you very much. And with that, I think we will adjourn to our next meeting. And thank you all for attending.